Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting of Monday, July 15th, 2024. We'll call the meeting to order by resolution. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Bergeron, seconded by Councillor Guédon, that the meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry be hereby called to order.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Adoption of the agenda, Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Guédon, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that Council approve the agenda.
Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion is carried. None opposed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, adoption of the minutes.
It's moved by Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Guédon, that the minutes of the meetings of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry held June 17th and June 27th, 2024 be adopted as circulated.
Any discussion on the minutes? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Moving on to delegations, and I'm pleased to present this award on behalf of the Ontario Winter Games Legacy Awards 2024. Receiving this award today will be Cecilia Leos, a recent graduate of Charland District High School. She's a very talented athlete, a strong student, a leader in her community. She's been accepted to Trent University for psychology and forensics and has been offered a spot on the Trent University Excalibur varsity soccer team. Cecilia is a well-rounded athlete who has participated in soccer, cross country, track and field, volleyball, and tennis. Notably, she became captain of the junior girls soccer team in 2022 and was part of the EASA Senior Girls Championship team in 2024. In addition to soccer, she has also qualified for EASA in cross country, track and field, and was a finalist in the SDG volleyball playoffs in 2023 and 2024. Her dedication and talent have not gone unnoticed, as she has received numerous MVP awards, including junior and senior girls soccer MVP in 2022 and 2023, respectively, and cross country MVP in 2022. Cecilia has generously and actively devoted her time to contribute to her school and the community. She volunteered with Beyond 21 and the Williamstown Fair. She has also used her athletic talents and supported various community teams and events through refereeing, coaching, lining, including the Special Olympic soccer tournament in 2023. Cecilia is an honor roll student and one of the top academic performers in her grade. She is a leader within her school community, actively participating in student council, link crew, and green team, and assisted with organizing various school events like Grade 9, orientation, and prom. Cecilia exemplifies a versatile student athlete who significantly contributes to helping her others. Her drive and determination to succeed will undoubtedly take her far in life. Please help me in wishing congratulations to Cecilia and best of luck in your future endeavors. Come to the front, Cecilia. Congratulations again, and proud mom over there, so congratulations. Okay, we are moving on to action requests, corporate services. EOWC support resolution, investment in municipal infrastructure for Eastern Ontario's small and rural communities. And Kimberly asked if she could just read the "be it resolved" part.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor Laundrie. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry joins the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in calling on the federal and Ontario governments to immediately and sustainably partner with municipal governments by investing in both the new and ongoing maintenance and repairs of municipal infrastructure in Eastern Ontario's small, rural municipalities, and that the federal and Ontario governments immediately review data and work together to implement solutions based on the EOWC's Municipal Infrastructure Policy Paper in partnership with small rural municipalities. And finally, that this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Sean Fraser, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities of Canada, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Kinga Surma, Ontario Minister of Infrastructure, the Honourable Paul Calandra, Ontario Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable Lisa Thompson, Ontario Minister of Rural Affairs, the Honourable Peter Bethan Falke, Ontario Minister of Finance, the Honourable Prabmeet Sakira, Ontario Minister of Transportation, the Honourable Victor Fideli, Ontario Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, MP Eric Duncan, MPP Nolan Quinn, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus.
Thank you, and I believe the CAO will speak to this.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So the EOWC has recently gone through an exercise to determine their priorities for the next several years, and infrastructure is one of their top 3 priorities to advocate for on behalf of rural Eastern Ontario. The infrastructure paper that's referred to in the document does highlight the, infrastructure gaps in funding that we have amongst all of our rural municipalities. There is a focus from a rural perspective when you're looking at roads, bridges, culverts, and I know we heard a little bit of this from South Glengarry when we had our SDG Summit, but we don't necessarily have the same type of population to support the vast road networks that we have, similar with water and wastewater facilities. The EOWC also would like to advocate for predictable, sustainable funding. So get away from the application-based funding and have funding that is a little bit more predictable that will help municipalities properly plan. The intent also as well is that this funding has to be supported both by the federal government and the provincial government and municipalities collaboratively as all levels of government, and to also try to look for innovative solutions to be able to deal with some of the challenges that rural municipalities are having for dealing with funding for infrastructure. So that just kind of a brief highlight. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but we're hoping that County Council will support this resolution with the OWC.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, and thank you for this motion. I think over the years we've been expressing this concern. All these different municipalities, especially in Eastern Ontario, have been, I think, a little bit neglected in terms of the infrastructure funding. And I hope this helps a little bit. We have to continue our efforts too, as well as we meet different ministers through, and we have, which is a great thing to keep on the radar. So this is great, and I fully support it for sure.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to Financial Services 2024 Excluded Expenses Report. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Laundrie, seconded by Councillor Bergeron, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry approve the 2024 Excluded Expenses Report as required under Ontario Regulation 284/09.
Thank you. Welcome, Rebecca.
Good morning. So the Ontario Regulation 284/09 requires annual reporting to include items which are not in the budget. We prepare our budget on a cash basis, so we don't include certain non-cash expenses such as depreciation, post-employment benefits, and landfill closure costs, which doesn't apply to SDG. So based on the 2024 budget, the attached report includes all those non-cash expenses for the year as required by the regulation.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. None opposed. Moving on to transportation setbacks, 17295 County Road 18. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Gaydon, seconded by Councillor Densham, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve a setback less than 3.05 meters, 10 feet, from the nearest property limit of County Road 18 in St. Andrews for the proposed construction of a roof to be constructed above the front door of an existing residence located at 17295 County Road 18.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Derek.
Good morning to you, Mr. Warden. This here's where a house is located right across from the Church of St. Andrews in County Road 18. It's an older house and it was constructed. Obviously, the lot's very narrow and it's very close to the road. And over time, it was expanded and approached the front of the property. He'd like to put a awning or roof over the front entrance. I know some pictures, snow or ice comes off the roof and anyways, when you exit or enter the building. However, being so close to the property, he's going to require an exemption from the setback bylaw. If the idea is it's going to be free standing and attached directly to the house. I thought that was on. Sorry, I seen the red light down there. So it's going to be attached directly to the house with a free floating from the structure itself. So there'll be no columns in the front, so it shouldn't impede any operations from the county or township staff.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The house is very, very close to the sidewalk, and then you get a lot of pedestrians, and the school is right there. There's no chance of the roof extended out too far where it could create a problem for the passenger or the pedestrians.
Yeah, so the house itself is kind of on an angle. It's not perfectly square to the road. So the intent is that the new overhang will not be any closer to the sidewalk than what the one corner of the roof already is. So if you kind of notice the southeast corner of the roof, how close it is to the sidewalk, the extent of the new overhang wouldn't be any closer to the sidewalk than what the roof already is at the worst point.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried, none opposed. Moving on to County Library Support Resolution, Collaboration for Multi-Service Co-Builds. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Gaydon, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry supports Zora Township Resolution Number 1603-2023, directing staff to collaborate regarding the exploration of multi-service co-builds.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you. The cost of construction is high and may not always be a feasible option. This support resolution was passed by the SDG Library Board and was requested to bring it forward to County Council for their consideration and support. If there are any questions with regards to this support resolution, I would be happy to answer it.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, just a comment that glad to see this coming forward. Using Williamstown as an example, we have 2 schools and a library there, and the library could be combined to serve everybody.
Yep, absolutely. Councillor Broad.
Yeah, thank you, Warden, through you. Certainly at our last library meeting, the Friends of the South Mountain Library indicated to us that 20 years ago they tried to engage with Nation View to align with a cohabitat. So certain to see these motions come forward and opportunities going forward would be great.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried, none opposed. Thank you. Moving on to tenders and quotations, plow and spreader purchase 2025 budget. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Bergeron, seconded by Councillor Landry, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry award the tenders to Rush Truck Centres of Canada Limited for a cab and chassis at their total submitted price of $213,446.76 plus HST, and to Gincor Industries for associated plow and spreader equipment at their total submitted price of $234,820 plus HST, with both tenders being necessary to complete the supply, installation, and delivery of a new plow and spreader unit, and that Council directs staff to include the total value of $457,000 in the 2025 budget, which includes the applicable portion of HST payable, and that the Manager of Operations be authorized to sign all documents to give effect to the contracts.
Thank you. Welcome, Trevor.
Good morning, Council. Mr. Warden. So the request in front of you this morning is a follow-up to the information report that was presented a few months ago to Council, where staff advised this would need to be our new procurement process for plow trucks going forward, just because of the timeline associated with delivery. This process, this structure also benefits us by having a known value to put into our 2025 budget and gets us delivery on time and in line with our replacement schedule. I believe all the information is in the report, but if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you again, Mr. Warden. Do we give them half before they start the project or start the work? Or do we pay them all at the end?
Payments upon delivery.
It is, okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Just off the top of your head, I know it's not in the report, but what were the numbers, say, from the last one or the last two plows that we did purchase? I'm just trying to go back into my head, but it sounds, the 400 combined price sounds high. Is that a big increase over, I find, everything else that we've dealt with after the pandemic?
I don't have the exact numbers from the previous tenders available to me, but I did do an analysis when this tender came in. We're looking at about a 5% increase on the cab and chassis and about an 8% increase on the equipment from our past tender.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments? All those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried, none opposed. Crooks McLeod Culvert Replacement. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor Laundrie, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry accept the tender from Cornwall Gravel Company Limited for the replacement of the Crooks McLeod culvert at their unit prices totaling $749,240 plus HST, and that Council provide the Manager of Infrastructure the authority to sign all documents to give effect to the contract.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good morning and thank you. So this culvert, at previous discussions here at council, we discussed whether we would complete it this year. So staff issued the tender. As you can see, we've received some pretty good pricing on this one, an aggressive low bid. We do have the funds to complete this, even though it wasn't budgeted. So I am recommending that we proceed with this and that we get this box culvert replaced, as it is very much so at end of life. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions? Go ahead. Councillor Lang, then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. Just a question on, and you'd mentioned in here, and I think you told us at the time when we did our roads tour that the soil was soft underneath there in the culvert. The pictures you showed looked like it had really bellied down in the middle. Are we doing anything different to try to make sure that it doesn't happen again? Because there is a huge amount of road base over top of that.
That's right. We believe, we don't believe. We did geotechnical investigations at this culvert to see what it is sitting on. That study yielded recommendations for piles, and so the design is calling for 2 rows of helical piles on either side down the length of the culvert, with a sort of a distribution slab capping the piles, and then the new box culvert will sit across that slab to support the box culvert moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, through you, Warden. I would just like to clarify for the public, the total cost for this replacement is the $700,000 for the culvert and $749,000 to install it. So it's actually $1.4 million total. Is that correct?
Sorry, that's not clear. No, we pre-purchased this box, and it was in the order of about $250,000 for this piece of culvert. Mm-hmm. The total culvert pre-purchase was a little over $400,000, I believe, with the combination of this box and the Wirt municipal drain culvert replacement. I'm sorry, that wasn't clear in this report.
So the total cost for this is 700 plus 250,000, close to $1 million. $1 million, okay, yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried, none opposed. Thank you, Mike. Moving on to bylaws. Canada Community Building Fund Agreement. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor Laundrie, that bylaw number 5457, being a bylaw to authorize entering into the Canada Community Building Fund Agreement with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca.
Okay, so the attached funding agreement is required in order to receive our first installment of the 2024 CCBF funding, which was formerly the federal gas tax. The former agreement expired in 2023. AMO administers these funds to all Ontario municipalities, and they are distributed based on per capita basis. These funds are budgeted for and are used to support our transportation infrastructure projects.
Great, thank you. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you, Rebecca. And of course, I support it. I just, when I was reading through Schedule A on page 58, there's a lot of items in there that seem to reflect more local municipal activities. So things like, drinking water, wastewater, recreational infrastructure, those types of things. So, and it's more a comment than anything. We are looking at a number of collaborative discussions over the next little while. I'm just wondering whether or not, given the definition of this, if this is something we maybe want to talk about at some point in the future as a council, in terms of how, given the fact that this should be, or has the potential to be targeted at some of these areas, whether there are things we can do at a collaborative county level that today we tend to do more at the local level.
So the agreement is standard across the board. There are criteria for which you can spend the federal the Canada Community Building Fund money on. Municipalities receive Canada Community Building Fund as well, and they have the ability to spend it on those items as well, like recreation, those service areas that the county does not have, which is why our focus is more on transportation, because that's our main capital infrastructure that we have. So the agreement is standard for everybody, and it's on a per capita basis, so the county receives the funding based on our population, and each municipality receives funding based on that bucket of population in that area. So there are opportunities where we can do joint projects and use the funds collaboratively with the municipality and the county. That is an opportunity that we can do as long as it falls in the criteria of what our capital investment is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. So AMO administers it. We do a 10-year agreement. I assume that because there was nothing in the agreement pertaining to the amounts per year, but we have, because it's a 10-year agreement, we have 5 years in front of us what we're getting. Do we know 10 years, or we only know 5 at a time?
So I was able to, they did announce the 5 years recently, which is why I was able to put it into the report, but we do not know 10 years in advance. And sometimes when that 5 years is coming up, we only know 1 year at a time after that. So it's very difficult to plan for a full 10-year capital planning when you don't have the full 10 years. But they do base it on per capita, so when the populations update, hopefully the next round will be updated based on the new census data, and we could potentially receive more. However, there has been instances in the past where we were able to get top-up funding, which doubled what we received in the past for 1 year.
That would be nice. It was disappointing to see that they dropped us by about 50,000 from last year, but anyway.
So instances like that, when it happens, they reestablish populations, and some have more growth than others, which is why ours decreased a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. It's just probably an unfair question to ask Ms. Russell at this time, but with the prevalence of EVs, are we going to be receiving information about the reduction in fuel taxes paid, and will that reduce the amount of money coming from the CCBF in the future, or is that an unfair question to ask? Because there are a lot of people that do relish the idea of not paying the fuel tax, and there's many of us that do enjoy the benefits of a fuel tax. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I can't answer that question. I'm not aware of anything that is changing, but I do know we are compiling some information for carbon tax information on things that we've paid in the last couple of years, which our MP, Eric Duncan, has requested so that he can hopefully advocate for us, but I have not heard anything that would change the structure of the gas tax at all.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried, none opposed. Moving on to the removal of the 1-foot reserve on County Road 15. Madam Clerk.
It's moved by Councillor McGillis, seconded by Councillor Bergeron, that bylaw number 5458, being a bylaw for the purpose of removing a 1-foot reserve identified as Part 6 in Registered Plan 52R7085, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Okay, thank you. Derek.
Again, through you, Mr. Warden. This is for a property on County Road 15, just north of County Road 18, that was severed last year. It currently has a 1-foot reserve across the front of its property that prevents the installation of the new entrance. Has been approved, and to move forward, we need council's approval.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor Bergeron, then Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I was just wondering why just remove it from the severed property, and you say you're going to keep it on the retained. Why not just remove the whole thing?
Yeah, Part 6 is only across the severed property. The other part is it can be removed. There's no reason to really remove it. It already has an entrance installed in front of the property, so there's no real need to remove the reserve on the other piece of property, the retained property.
Subsequent, go ahead.
Why is the 1 foot there in the first place?
1-foot reserves are usually part of the planning process. It restricts further development and installation of entrances down the road. However, this property has already been severed, so therefore the need for the 1-foot reserve on the new property is no longer required.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lang.
Thank you. Councillor Busher asked my question, but to me it would make sense to remove the whole thing. Then why leave it for us or a future council to have to do it again some other day? Yeah, that is a possibility. We can remove there's no request to remove the 1-foot reserve on the other property. However, if that's council's wish, we can contact the owner and have that taken care of.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you. So thanks for the report, Derek, but I'm under the same impression. So we created that 1-foot reserve. You're saying the severance application was put in just a year ago?
Yes.
So we put in the 1-foot reserve a year ago and we're taking it off now, or was that already there?
No, the 1-foot reserve is an old reserve. It was put in when that original whole parcel was severed years ago.
Okay.
Then they severed that parcel into 2 parts there now.
Okay, but if it was an old reserve, though, the reserve itself would be then, if that line wasn't would be created across the whole front, so you could remove half the reserve without inquiring survey cost.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I'm not sure why when they did the reserve, they put the reserve in 2 parts.
It was in 2 parts?
That's why they got the severed line in there.
So it was sort of a natural line that they recreated the severance on? Okay. And lastly, with the 1-foot reserve, I understand the aspect of the entrances. Do they not need a permit to get an entrance? So do we not have the power just with the permit process to prevent somebody from putting in a culvert? And if they do, we just tell them to remove it. So the 1-foot reserve, is it really needed if they need the permit processing?
So the 1-foot reserve is part of the planning process to restrict the severances and restrict the entrances. We cannot legally put an entrance in with that 1-foot reserve because it's blocking the connection between the road and the property owner. We have granted the permission for an entrance. We will allow an entrance at that property. We've gone through that process, but we can't legally grant that entrance until that 1-foot reserve is removed. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question or not.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And my thought on this process and this discussion is, would this, and maybe I look to Madam CAO, would this not become delegated authority? Could it not become a delegated authority where it is going to happen, the severance has been granted? Are we going to now say you can't remove the 1-foot reserve and you can't access your property? Or by saying that the severance has been granted, we understand that access will be granted, conforming to the requirements of Mr. McMillan? Like, why are we going through this process, is my question, and maybe to Madam CAO.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I think that's a really good point. I guess what I would like to do is probably just take it offline from this meeting, and we'll review it amongst administration, and we'll come back to council.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. None opposed. Moving on to items under the consent agenda.
It's moved by Councillor McGillis, seconded by Councillor Densham, that all items listed under the consent agenda section of the agenda be received for information purposes.
Thank you. Any questions on the consent agenda? All those in favor? Motion is carried. And so we will go through council boards and committees. And joint liaison, we did not have a meeting. I think September is our next meeting, I believe. Library board. Go ahead, Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Warden, through you. So we had a meeting in the lovely village of South Mountain at the South Mountain branch in June, where the board has unanimously voted to eliminate all fines for any overdue library books. So a major step forward in our program to get all books returned to the library fine-free, to create a more atmosphere and not have people feel like they shouldn't return a book due to the fines. So we've removed all the fines. As well as we had a great presentation from the Friends of the South Mountain Library, which I kind of already mentioned earlier. And we also received, which is in the consent agenda, our annual report done by our marketing experts. So you'll see all those details in our report.
Great. Questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you again, Mr. Ward. Do we overall lose a lot of books or damaged books in our libraries? I know that's going to continue. That's not part of this, but is that you as the board member see that often?
Yeah, so as part of our discussion, we do have damaged books, and patrons are still obligated to pay for those. And we do have books unreturnable, so not a big dollar amount overall, and the fines we were collecting wasn't, in the overall budget was kind of not a big number. So we hope that this will just encourage folks that does have an overdue library book to bring it back. Years ago, the library board had eliminated the fines for children's books, so we were already halfway there. So we decided to move to all books. And don't forget about SDG Reads on October 7th in Avonmore.
Thank you. Police Services Board meeting was canceled this week, so we'll re-adjourn later on. Eastern Ontario Health Unit. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. We had a June 20th meeting where we approved the audited financial statements. Apparently, there continue to be some concern about the avian flu transmitting to mammals, which public health is monitoring at the moment. I think I mentioned that last time. The board will be engaging in strategic planning shortly, and I will update County Council on that when that happens. Ontario Public Health has new standards and requires surveys of public services. This created a fair bit of discussion around the board table, so it's a process that has now begun and will go through the surveys of those services. And that includes an environmental scan, which involves also a funding review at the same time. New RSV vaccine offers excellent protection for babies, so that is a good news scenario there. And tick-borne viruses, I think as we all know, are on the rise. And the Health Hub appears to be moving forward in Alexandria, which is also good news. That's all I have. Councillor, do you have anything?
I would just say I think that's a good report. It's pretty well everything was. I had the notes here, but the only thing I would add is that we are going to go to in-person meetings next month. At least one. I'm here. It's something that I've been fighting for. We have not had an in-person meeting since the beginning of COVID, and it's more than time.
Good idea. Thank you for your reports. Glenstore Dun Lodge, Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. Some good news. We received a one-time payment of $2,543, so $2,543 per bed. So this is totaling $335,000 and change. from the government. And additionally, there's an increase of 6.6% to the level of care per diem funding for a total of $549,000. We don't know if any of this, I'm hopeful that the 6.6 will continue on, and that'll be the new, our increases will be from that, but we're not sure of that at this point. But anyway, it's good news for this year and then for some of next year. Anyway, other items that were mentioned are we have no legal matters at the moment. Service delivery review, as everyone here is well aware, staffing has been a big challenge for long-term care homes. We're progressing well. 24 employees to transitioning from part-time to full-time. We're working on the nursing situation, but it is improving. Our use of the temporary services it's dropped considerably. So good news in that sector. We're not there where we want to be yet, but we're making good progress. Capital projects are well underway for the year and look like they'll be all completed on time. There wasn't anything too major, but floor replacing and some curbs and painting and so forth. And in the dietary department, we've increased, we're putting in food carts and increasing the selection to 5 different options, from fresh fruit. And the ministry standard is 2, so we've gone to 5. So we're trying to be a little bit progressive in that department. And that's about it for details.
Okay. Thank you for your report. Any questions on that report? Seeing none. St. Lawrence River Institute.
Nothing new to report since the AGM, other than there's a meeting on Monday, a committee meeting to update the HR policies and to continue making sure we're in compliance with the changes coming to the Not-for-Profit Act.
Okay, thank you. Raisin South Nation Source Water, Councilor Bergeron?
Nothing to report. I think our next meeting is in September.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Fraser? Nope. Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, Councilor Williams? Nothing to report. Regional Incentive Program approvals, Councilor Densham? Nothing to report. Rural Education? Nothing to report. Social Development Council, Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. You have received in the consent agenda was the annual report. I'm sure you all read it thoroughly. I just do want to, excuse me while I pull up my phone, point out that at the annual meeting, the name of the Social Development Council was officially changed into a positive change. It is now called the Social Development Council SDG Conseil de Développement Social. So the SDG is obviously Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, the C for Cornwall, and A for Akwesasne. So it's English at the front end. It gets in the entire region in its name, and then the French is at the back. So it's a positive change, and I just wanted to point that out to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions? SDG Forest Working Group, nothing to report. Thank you, everyone, for your reports. Moving on to key information reports, 11.1, Policy 112 Amendment, Disposal of Surplus Goods. Welcome, Rebecca.
Great. So just briefly, staff are recommending that the purchasing policy be updated with regards to the sale of surplus goods. Recently, County Council approved a tiered auction for selling machinery to local municipalities before a public auction. So to continue to offer municipalities prior to public auction, we're recommending that the policy be updated to reflect this change. And I'll let Trevor briefly go over just the process of how that will work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so as Rebecca mentioned, just looking to formally adopt this practice into the policy so that we're not coming to council with a one-off for every type of equipment. So we've identified the type that would go to the tiered auction, and what we would expect there is that if townships are interested, they have an account with the auction house, if you will, or the service provider. They'll receive notice whenever the applicable assets go up for auction and be available to bid on that. If there are no bids, it just rolls right into a public auction afterwards.
And there are no charges for the initial auction with the municipalities.
Correct. For the internal tiered portion, there's no buyer's premium or seller's fee on the auction price. So it's just the asset price itself plus HST.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lang, then Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. I'm in favor of it. If there's only one bid, are we putting a minimum bid on it? I'm just wondering, you know, if only one township bids on it and they bid $50 on a $300,000 item, like, is there a process that we make sure we don't?
North Glengarry would go to 60. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the way we structure our bids right now is we don't do it with a reserve bid, but we do start with a minimum value, and that's the value identified in our budget and our replacement schedule. So what we're hoping to get for that asset is where we start the first bid.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Landry.
So just one question, is there a timeline before it goes to public bidding? Like, are we talking where we're going to allocate a certain amount of days for the 6 municipalities to, or what's the timeline?
Yeah, that's right. It would be a separate period in advance of, and we can set that for 7-14 days.
Oh, it hasn't been set yet?
No, we haven't gone through that yet, but I guess it's a good time to council or canvas council. Is a 14-day, 7-day period enough?
I would think it would have to be at least 14 days, that if something comes up, we'd have to go back to our council. So maybe, yeah, 14 days work for everyone. I mean, I guess we could have a special council meeting if something were to come up that we were very interested in, but I'm getting nods. 14 days is good. Okay.
That's how we'll structure it then.
Okay. Further questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you again, Mr. Warden. I just want to reiterate what Councillor Lang said. I've been to many auctions, and if you put a minimum bid at $50,000 and there's no reserve, the person, whoever is bidding, can say, okay, I'll come in at 20 or 10 or 5.
That's right. They can't. They have to make the first bid is our reserve amount essentially, and the first bid sells the asset. So there's no one. They're not bidding against a blind reserve or anything like that. They know that first bid gets it, and then from then on it becomes the bidding war, if you will. If there's other parties interested, and if not, it'll sit there for another 13 days with that one bid, and then be sold to whichever township put that bid in.
Okay. I think this is a positive change for our local municipalities for sure. Any further questions or comments? Okay, thanks for your report.
All right, thank you.
11.2, 2025 budget meeting dates. Rebecca.
Everybody's favorite topic, budget 2025. It's hard to believe it's that time already. So we're looking for guidance and direction to determine what council would like to see in terms of when we start our budget deliberations. We can look at doing it in late part of the year again in December, or we could do it in the early 2025. There's benefits to doing an early budget. As everyone is aware, you get to the early tendering process earlier. You start your calendar year with an approved budget. Those are all positive things. A later budget, you can more accurately reflect on some the funding that's coming in that you might not know at the time of budget. We do some estimates, or third-party expenses we may not be aware of fully at the December meeting, such as Eastern Ontario Health Unit, shared services, or any provincial, like OPP, even their year end is much later. So I'm just looking for council direction on what they would like to see. We've been successful both ways in the past.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGillis.
Thank you. I totally am in favor of in the fall, the budget for the fall, because of the following reasons you mentioned. I think it's always been advantageous for us to do that because of all the tenders that come out at first. Everybody's trying to grab the tenders at the beginning of the year so that they can, so that we can get good rates. I think that's the way to go, myself personally.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I concur. I think recently, in the last number of years, we've done it early, and it seems to have worked very well for us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So head nods for early. Against? No nods. Early.
Perfect. I can bring a report to the next meeting to establish dates, and we can select then. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Economic development update on medical recruitment and retention efforts. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you, Warden and Council. First of all, I'm just up here with Karina, and I'm pleased to share that she'll be taking over as manager, acting manager of economic development while Tara is on maternity leave. So congratulations to Karina, who's had a long time working here at the counties in economic development and in tourism. And she will be taking over this file while Tara's off. We just want to give a quick update on the Date My County, the Great River Docks medical recruitment campaign and some of the grants that have been given out. You can see that the types of professionals that are coming in are working throughout STNG and many of them in multiple locations. We also worked with Russell and been working closely with the Great River Ontario Health Team to kind of support their efforts as well. We've been doing a couple of promotional videos as well to support recruitment and promotion of the manors and hospitals within the counties, and attending job fairs and trade shows as well to support some of the medical recruitment efforts. In Council Strategic Plan, it does talk about developing an SDG physician recruitment program. I know based on the dollar amounts, that's not, I think this is a starting point, and through Council, through the budget discussions, through discussions with some of our other partners, we could look to see if Council wants to enhance that and look at what some other counties and municipalities are doing, scholarships, all that type of funding, subject to budget concerns. But this is kind of summary of what we've been doing so far to meet Council's goals for increased medical recruitment.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? I keep looking at you. Go ahead. Councillor Williams.
I just want to say I think it's a terrific initiative. It really has put a focus on the issues at hand and actually, moved the issue forward in terms of making some difference in actually bringing people into the field. So my compliments to the department for making this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pass
Further questions or comments? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Peter.
I said I will pass that on to Tara as well.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, thank you guys for your report.
Thank you.
Moving on to 11.4, SDG Library Annual Report.
Okay, so every year the SDG Library provides a statistical summary of the previous year that includes information regarding visitation, programming, finances, staffing, circulation, and holdings. These statistics have been summarized in an annual report that was approved by the SDG Library Board on June 20th. A copy of the annual report can be found on the SDG Library website. A physical copy can be found within branches, and I would like to take this opportunity to share this report with County Council. So the report begins with a quick year at glance that includes a message from the library's board chair and myself reflecting on the past year. A quick comparison from 2022 shows a 20% increase in new cardholders and a 24% increase in circulations. The report then goes on to describe the system-wide programs that the SDG Library offers, focusing on SDG Reads, the TD Summer Reading Club, Food for Fines, and the Mobile Maker Lab. SDG Library offered more than 800 programs across its 15 branches in 2023, having had nearly 12,500 attendees. The types of events and their distribution offered are depicted in the pie chart below. So you can see that the programs offered include early literacy, summer reading club, class visits, teen, makerspace, author visits, book clubs, adult programs, and other children programs. Next, the report focuses on the library's staff composition and its collection and circulation. Of note, we had over 400,000 items circulate across the counties, with the distribution of our collection shown below. So our collection is made up of over 99,000 English materials and over 26,000 French materials. You can see that most items that were circulated were print materials at 56%, while there was a steady increase in circulation material of our e-books and e-audiobooks, and that is really from the presence and the after effects of COVID. The SDG Library is not solely books. We strive for digital equity by being equipped with 45 public access computers, complete with Wi-Fi services. We own 30 mobile hotspots that have been loaned out 657 times in 2023. SDG Counties residents can access language learning courses, newspapers, ebooks, audiobooks, movies, French content, and more using one of the library's e-resources. And all of this can be done for free with your library card. Having heard me speak at budget time, the report here highlights some key accomplishments from 2023, being the introduction of an accessible website and events platform, hiring the new position of Communications Marketing Coordinator, launching the Morewood Express, and introducing wireless printing. Lastly, the report summarized top 2023 checkouts from patrons and the location of our library branches and the SDG Library's board members. Thank you very much for your time, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for your report. Are there any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just a comment about the statistics that's been compiled for our benefit and the benefit of everyone watching online. And I know Councillor Broad's a strong advocate, and rightly so, of that information being available. So just a comment. Last night I was at an event, and I mentioned being a member of the library board, and I had the opportunity to convince 4 people that there's a great value to libraries because of the statistics that were easily spoke about because they were available to us, and it proves, I think it proves us all right to be supportive of the library. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser, your work is never done. Eh? Thank you. And just a quick question, just going back to the previous report, was and how much are the library fines that we're getting rid of?
Through you, Mr. Warden. So the library fines, when we looked at the 2023 budget, were approximately lumped together fees and fines, about $6,000 in terms of revenue. We would be eliminating fines only. So to your previous question, you were asking what about damaged books or lost books. Those are considered fees, and they would remain in effect. So anyone who loses their book, anyone who has a lost or damaged book would still be required to pay that fee. So that would be, to your question, about $3,000, halfway split.
Very small amount and a little bit of pain to collect, I'm sure. So, okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for your report. Moving on to 11.5, administrative update, July 2024. Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So I've just included a little bit of my schedule from the month of June, and I've put in a couple of key dates for upcoming months, County Council meeting, and also AMO, August 18th to the 21st. We have put in 2 requests for delegations, one with the MTO, one with the Minister of Education, and I anticipate that we will only hear much closer to the timing of AMO, probably similar with your local municipalities. And then I have a little bit of information on ongoing recruitments. So we're recruiting for a couple of positions in library services, notably the communications and marketing coordinator position. If there's any questions, I'm happy to.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Warden. How many meetings do we have scheduled for, at AMO?
We have two, for SDG, we have two delegations that we put through. The warden might be participating in some delegations that we have at the EOWC. And then I'm not sure if there are any delegations that might be successful with the local municipalities. And if there's support required from SDG, then sometimes when we get closer to knowing delegations, we do communicate with the City of Cornwall as well, depending on what their success is with delegations. So I'll keep council informed on that as we hear in the weeks ahead.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Maureen. No motions and notices of motions, no petitions, miscellaneous business. Expression of interest, Warden 2025. A councillor wishing to be nominated for the position of warden must formally express their interest in the position at the regular July meeting of council. I guess I just read your shtick. There is no mover or seconder required on this. This is simply an expression of interest. So we'll ask for any expressions of interest out there. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would be pleased to express my interest and thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Also, I'd like to express my interest and would be honored to represent the county's council for the year end of 24 and 25. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, I would also like to express my question. Are there any other people interested in the, in the position of warden? Okay, seeing none, we will have, go ahead. I'm going to let the clerk speak to this.
Sure. Thank you through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you very much, Council. At our next regular meeting on August 26th, we will have the formal nomination and election process for the position of warden. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we will be going into Committee of the Whole. Madam Clerk, did we, for CAOs, what time did we tell them? 10:30? Do we want to go, do we want to do our in-camera session right now? Okay, so we will move in camera and ask everybody to get the heck out of here so we can do it. No, I'm just kidding. Just wait. Go ahead.
Okay, so the motion to move in camera is moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor McGillis and reads that Council proceed in camera pursuant to Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, for a matter related to CAO performance review.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have a motion coming out of camera.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that council rise and reconvene in open session without reporting.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. And just to clarify that you just got an email, I am not running for warden. What I said was a joke, and I said questioning at the end, so let's just be clear on that. Okay, moving on to number 15. I'll ask the clerk for a motion.
It's moved by Councillor McGillis, seconded by Councillor Broad, that council resolve into committee of the whole.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. And I'll ask Maureen, we have some guests with us today to maybe introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to have a Committee of the Whole meeting this morning. We have a couple of guests joining us. I'm going to just introduce everybody. So we have CAO Tim Mills here from South Dundas. We have CAO Craig Calder from North Stormont. We have CAO Debbie Lucas from South Stormont. And we have Acting CAO Ben DeHaan from North Dundas. We also have CAO Sarah Huskinson coming from North Glengarry. I think she's en route. And we also have the Acting CAO Dave Robertson from South Glengarry that's joining us this morning as well. So my apologies, the timing that I gave them is a little bit off. Our chair moved through our agenda pretty quickly, so my estimation wasn't quite bang on. What we want to do is we've got every director this morning that is going to go through briefly and provide a bit of background on the collaboration work that we have done with our local municipalities. And then I think what we want to do is encourage dialogue from council as we move through these presentations. I think that we also would like feedback from council towards the end of the presentations as well. If there's anything that we haven't touched upon that you think are opportunities for us to work together on. So with that, Mr. Warden, maybe we can skip right in. Oh, and it's my slide that's the very
Yeah, we
first
can move
one.
right into your slide.
So, and my slide is a little blander than some of the others. So, some of the things I just wanted to highlight, out of my office, back in November, early December, we redeployed our Director of Transportation Services, Ben DeHaan, to North Dundas to fill in for a long-term absence for that CAO position. That was really, I think, an excellent opportunity that I think Mr. DeHaan has appreciated, and I think that North Dundas also would testify that it was a good opportunity to work together. And it's also, I think, allowed a stronger network between North Dundas and the counties of SDG. So I think we want to continue with council support. We want to continue to look at longer term leaves, whether it's a mat leave or an extended leave of absence. Maybe there's opportunities where, resources can move, and it doesn't have to necessarily be an SDG resource. It could be a resource that joins SDG or moves within our local municipalities as an opportunity for growth. I would like to highlight that I tried to work collaboratively as well with the City of Cornwall. I know this meeting is going to be kind of focused with our local municipalities, but I'm also a point of contact if any of the local CAOs or if there's anything as well amongst the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. There's opportunities for me to relay that information back to shared services with the City of Cornwall. We try to do that regularly. And then we try to have quarterly CAO meetings with local municipalities within SDG. So that's just my brief slide.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Moving over to clerk services. So myself as county clerk, I try to act as a resource to the more junior clerks and deputy clerks within SDG and also the EOWC region, that group as well. I provide direct clerk support and services when requested by local municipalities. I recently attended a council meeting out in North Dundas, and I'm currently appointed as the acting clerk in South Glengarry. I administer the SDG Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee on behalf of SDG municipalities, and I help to coordinate SDG Clerks Group meetings here within SDG. Human resources. Our human resources manager here at the county provides a wide range of HR advice and guidance to local municipalities. This includes regular contact with your local CAOs and management staff via phone calls, emails, and oftentimes site visits, office visits in your local municipalities. The HR manager also facilitates key recruitments and terminations. They're currently administering the CAO recruitment with South Glengarry and has also assisted with other key recruitments, discipline matters, and terminations throughout the SDG region. HR will also be administering type coach training at all interested local municipalities, probably starting up in the fall. This training is designed to be leadership and communications focused through the use of the Myers-Briggs model. And we did do it recently here. We underwent it with our management team here at the county, and I think that it was very insightful and also really well received by our team here at the county. Looking at communications, our corporate communications coordinator collaborates with all local municipalities on regional communication efforts. They regularly alert the local municipalities on materials and posts that have a direct impact on their local municipality. We also help to create regional social media material for local municipalities to use in their communication efforts, such as for Fire Prevention Week, Local Government Week, other regional efforts there. And we are currently providing direct corporate communications support since about February 2023 to the Township of North Stormont. So this includes regular website updates, administration of the township's social media channels, content creation, and also assistance with streaming of council meetings when required. Emergency management and health and safety. Our training and emergency management coordinator here at the county acts as a resource in the region and shares health and safety training and policy materials to local municipalities upon requests. We also develop and coordinate emergency preparedness information and training session workshops annually. A big one here for our emergency management side of things is we coordinate and liaise with local municipalities with respect to the annual emergency management exercise to ensure compliance with the province. We also complete the mandated after action report and provide it to the local municipalities for compliance submission. We're planning right now an upcoming regional exercise, which is going to be planned for October 2024. That's it for corporate services. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Any questions or comments on corporate services? And I will also open up to the CEOs if you guys have a question as well. Just put your hand up. So, go ahead, Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Warden, through you, Clerk Castleman. Of the four areas you discussed, CAO, Clerk, HR, Communications, and Emergency Services, at what point do we collect for recovering costs and which are included in our regular tax base?
Right now, all of the services that I mentioned, the collaboration efforts within corporate services, we do not recoup for any cost recovery at all. We don't have formal agreements in place either. It's just done on a goodwill gesture, and it's pure collaboration between us and the local municipalities.
Madam CEO.
Thank you, and very good question, Councillor Broad. What we have done in general at SDG, something that is on a more permanent, longer-term basis. We have done full cost recovery. So we did that, for example, for the redeployment of Mr. DeHaan to North Dundas. And but for anything that we've been trying to provide assistance with, maybe if there's just some gaps, or maybe it's a transition period between recruiting for vacancies, all of those that you'll hear about today, we have not tried to recover any of our costs for. So if it's something that is relatively, helping through a transition or transitional, then we've tried to just work with local municipalities to help with that. So I just wanted to clarify that, and we probably should have said that at the onset of the presentation. But again, looking for feedback from council and as well as local CAOs. I think what we want to deter, if we did too much cost recovery, so I'll use Mrs. Castleman as an example. I would hate to not have her available as that resource for South Glengarry. If there was a cost, I wouldn't want the municipality to say, well, you know what, we probably could get by on our own. I want to try and avoid that if possible. So if it's something that's relatively short term, we're not charging for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Landry.
On that same note, I speaking about Todd, I think has been serving us through our communication, putting it on our social media. We have now retained a economic development and communication person, started July 2nd. So again, it was a gap from the time we lost our EgDev to now retaining. So again, this is where I see the real benefit of having Todd to make sure we get the continuity of the stuff getting on to the residents of our township or all our townships. So again, I appreciate it. Now hopefully we can release Todd from his work and hopefully get into our own person taking care of it. So again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Todd, you owe him $5 for those nice things he said. Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And one of the things that, and I'm trying to match it up with when we were presented with the human resources, and it speaks to provides a wide range of human resources advice. And then I slide down to the emergency management, health and safety upon request. And I'd really like to see a change upon request as to provides, because sometimes we don't know what we're missing in the health and safety and emergency management. Maybe there's something that's been developed here, and with the busyness that we all suffer at the lower tier, I'm not suggesting it's not busy here, but we may miss something. But when I look at what human resources will do, they will provide. And I'd like to mention that I have a feeling that I'd like to see, I do desire to see access resource that will provide health and trade policy materials as opposed to upon request. Thank you.
Good comment. Thank you. Further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward. Welcome, Mike.
Morning. Good morning, Council. Mr. Warden, thank you. So the IT Services Department provides a full range of services to most local municipalities. Here's a quick list of kind of the service we provide. So the IT Service Desk is the first point of contact, whether your staff have an issue with technology or require new technology, new services. And this is where incoming requests are prioritized, classified, and communication occurs between local municipalities and the IT department. Now that we're fully staffed, we do provide on-site tech services. So we do have a schedule for one of our technicians to go to a few of the local municipalities on a regular basis. This is something we'd like to kind of expand on and provide that on-site service. Not everything can be remotely, so sometimes it is nice to have that person there on site to deal with requests in person rather than remotely. A lot of what we do is to procure, purchase, deploy new technology for local municipalities. We do have some agreements, signed on to agreements through collaborative purchasing organizations within Ontario, and then a lot of local municipalities leverage that through the counties as well. We do maintain server network infrastructure for the counties and local municipalities. We host VADM for the majority of local municipalities, as well as websites. And when requested, we do special projects and do project management for IT-related projects across the local municipalities. So just to give you an example of some of the projects that we have done or are ongoing. So for North Dundas, South Dundas, and South Glengarry, there's been pretty active with the council AV ever since COVID, and everybody's streaming to YouTube or elsewhere, just enhancing and improving that experience. 3 of our local municipalities are moving records and files to SharePoint, and we've been pretty active with supporting that process, both during the implementation and after the fact as well. This year we did a firewall replacement for all local municipalities except South Stormont, and upgraded remote access to make sure that it is more secure and meets requirements of most of our cyber insurances. And we are kind of in a consultancy role with the North Stormont office relocation project. Some of the future projects we're looking at, so South Dundas is moving to a new phone system. Last year, 2 years ago, we worked with South Glengarry to replace their phone system. This year, we're working with South Dundas. We seem to be following a certain CAO on that one. We're looking to upgrade, so we do host websites for 3 local municipalities as well as SDG, so we need to upgrade to a new version, so we will be upgrading that this year. And we're constantly trying to update our backup and disaster recovery to make sure that if there is an incident, then we can get back up and stay up. So I just want to end with, so while we do have a formal agreement, a MOU, with all 6 local municipalities, it renewed back in December, I believe. We provide full services for 4 local municipalities, and we're open to requests from the 2 others, but we're happy to work with all and provide those services to all local municipalities. So, any questions?
Okay, thanks for your report. Any questions or comments on this report? Go ahead, Councillor Lang.
A similar one, are we paying for the services?
So when we started, when I started with the counties, one of the first things I was asked to do is to formalize the service with the local municipalities. And at the time, it was decided that to keep things less complicated, as opposed to doing a fee for service, to maintain the predictability and stability of the IT department, it's the fee. The cost of the service included in the levy of every municipality, so it's proportionate to the rest of your levy. So we have our budget every year. What local municipalities do pay for, though, is any equipment that you need to purchase, so computers, servers, switches. So each municipality is responsible for their own third-party costs, but for staff time, that's all included within the levy.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments? Okay, thanks for your presentation, Mike. Moving on to library services.
Good morning. I'm here this morning to discuss collaboration and partnership initiatives between library services and the local municipalities. Library services are slightly different from the other county departments. Our strongest demonstration of partnership is how we are embedded directly within your local municipalities. We have 15 branches located across all 6 local municipalities. And we strive to have at least one resource branch located in each of your municipalities. And what that means is that one branch will have more hours, more programs, more services to be offered. Now, sometimes the library may also be the only municipal resource in smaller communities. Through collaboration with local municipalities, a working group was formed to review the lease agreements. The working group consisted of a representative from all local municipalities, and the purpose of the review was to provide a lease agreement that was fair and consistent across all municipalities. The intent is to further meet annually to discuss the municipal facilities that house the libraries. Our local municipalities put a strong emphasis on improving long-term care facilities and schools. In this effort, we are aligned with the municipality's goal, and as such, we have partnered with long-term care facilities and schools to improve services rendered. Last year alone, the library completed 213 visits to residence-bound people or people at risk. Partnerships with long-term care facilities include Maxville Manor, Chateau Glengarry, Winland Villa, Chartwell Hartford, Dundas Manor, and Dundas County Hospice. In like manner, the schools that we provide outreach services include Winchester Public School, École élémentaire catholique Notre-Dame du Rosaire, St. Mary in Chesterville, Nation View, Morrisburg Public School, St. Mary, St. Cecilia, Timothy Christian, Maxville Public School, Avonmore Public School, Williamstown Public School, Glengarry District High School, Le Relais, Elda Rouleau, Till des Jeunes, St. Finans. I read this list only to give emphasis on the number of school outreaches that we do. SDG Library offers free programming to all residents across SDNG. We make every effort to make programming engaging and original, and we partner with municipalities to ensure that there are no duplications in programs, so that we are not competing directly with the municipality. At the request of local municipalities, SDG Library has in the past offered share services for battery collection, garbage tags, dog tags, and recycling bins. By 5 p.m., when all municipal offices are closed, patrons were able to access the library branch for these services. As we complete our performance evaluations within the counties and local municipalities, the local municipalities can rely on library services online databases to provide LinkedIn Learning courses for their staff. Many of our local municipalities have strategic goals of developing a connected community. To show our collaboration in the matter, SDG Library owns 30 mobile hotspots, which are a portable internet device. In 2023, they circulated 694 times. To date, this year, they have circulated already 368 times. Since owning them, they have circulated over 3,000 times to people who either don't have access to internet for a financial reason or who simply live in a remote area that just don't have access to it. Being aligned with the municipality's desire to improve conditions for strong economic growth, the SDG Library participates in local municipal events. Whether it be Touch a Truck or the recent Mayor's Disc Golf, we are always willing to show our support and be a part of your community. In 2023, we attended 14 pop-up events. So I've included things like Meet Me on Main, Beach Day, It's All About the River, Canada Day celebrations, the local fairs within all our local municipalities, Women's Day, Art on the Waterfront, and Youth Engagement Fair. In 2024, we have already attended 12 pop-up events. Other examples of collaboration and partnership include Linking Hands. So our attendance at Linking Hand meetings, and Linking Hands is an initiative created to reduce poverty in Dundas County by listening to and addressing the needs of people throughout the counties. We provide technology access to the residents of SDNG. One example of this is through municipal elections. The library facilities are promoted as a cooling center during heat events and as a warming zone during winter events. So one example in 2023, if everyone can recall, we had the large ice storm. The Ingleside Library was an excellent example of a warming zone. The Ingleside branch is an emergency evacuation center for the Care4 Center. The Maxville branch is an emergency location for the surrounding town in the event of an incident. SDG Library served as a point of pickup for the green food boxes. SDG Library collaborates with the Long Sault Fire Department during Fire Prevention Week and collects food for fines for the Fire Department's annual Christmas food drive. Lastly, the staff. Frontline staff are knowledgeable of all your communities. We host flyers, posters within our branches, and they are an excellent source of information. Thank you very much for allowing me to present on behalf of Library Services, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Okay. Martin, did your hand go like this? No? Okay. Thank you, Rebecca, for your presentation. We will move on to financial services.
All right, so now I will just go do a brief overview of financial services and what we can provide local municipalities. So the Financial Services Department provides many services to both internal and external stakeholders. We're responsible for the financial management, including budgeting, financial analysis, reconciliations, financial oversight, internal controls, etc. We are required to adapt to change, such as keeping up with legislative changes, software enhancements, staffing, reporting, payroll, ESA, and pension obligations, as well as many other functions. Finance is often like a puzzle and requires strategic thinking. We also must adhere to many tight deadlines, such as various reporting obligations, payroll, accounts payable. So those are very structured timelines. So various financial functions are crucial to ensure strong financial management. Together, these functions allow municipalities to finance services, invest in infrastructure, and address community needs while upholding financial stability and accountability. So the SDG services team is always proud to be able to assist local municipalities when needed. The finance team is made up of 5 key staff members, all of which have many years of experience in the accounting field. I've touched on some of these topics already of the services we have provided to local municipalities, and I will go on in further detail in the following slides, but we've done some accounts payable, receivable, payroll, as well as just some general finance analysis work for the municipalities. Our team is very strong and allows us the opportunity to share our knowledge and provide experience to local municipalities when needed. So I'll provide some specific examples. In early 2024, North Stormont was in the process of recruiting a treasurer, and during that time period, they were also in the process of requiring a budget document to be put together for their council in order to proceed with the budget. We have on loan provided our Deputy Treasurer, Sarah McMillan, to assist North Stormont through that process. So there was a lot of work involved in assisting North Stormont. They worked very well in conjunction with the Deputy Treasurer at North Stormont, Melissa. They worked very well as a team. So in order to prepare for the budget, there's a lot of variance analysis that must be completed from the prior year, balancing reserves, forecasting reserves, tax rate reviews, many different VADM reports, whether you build the reports or whether you modify existing reports. And overall, Sarah was able to put together an entire budget document. She also attended North Stormont's administrative office and worked closely with Melissa, the Deputy Treasurer, and attended the budget meetings. So Sarah provided much of her time sharing her knowledge and experience while also completing finance functions to ensure a budget document was delivered in a timely manner. So she worked very, very well with North Stormont's Deputy Treasurer, and the two became a team during this process, and we still have the benefit of working very closely with North Stormont's finance team, which is something that we all want to do, is work together. So payroll is an area where we all complete payroll function. So we have provided payroll and benefits assistance to municipalities over the years, whether it be just with questions, with T4s, with pension administration. It's a function that we all do, and we all collaborate with each other. During staffing shortages, our payroll and benefits coordinator, Carolyn McCullough, was able to switch gears and assist North Dundas in completing payroll for about 7 months. So while doing this, she was also juggling her own workload and her own payroll and benefits for SDG Counties as well. But during times like that, our own finance team steps in. We find out where there's holes, where if somebody's working on something that takes up more time, somebody else will have the knowledge and experience to also be cross-trained to pick up the pieces internally for ourselves so that we can have the benefit of helping other municipalities. Carolyn also assisted North Dundas with implementation of online timesheets, and we are working with North Stormont and South Dundas, just starting South Dundas, to do the same. So in closing out the 2023 financial year, we were able to assist North Stormont as well. We assisted with them closing their VADM payroll module, update constants, help them with their T4 processing, and we were very happy to be a resource for them with making recommendations and enhancements to VADM, creating further efficiencies for them. and they're definitely a great group to work with. Ooh. So for accounts payable, we have provided assistance to South Glengarry for a brief period of time during a staff shortage to assist with the accounts payable function. One thing to note is the reason why we're able to respond so quickly and promptly to these types of requests is that our IT services team is able to connect us very quickly to be able to access the information, to be able to get into VADM. We can work remotely or on site. So we were able to complete a very a usual task for all municipalities, but for South Glengarry accounts payable for a very brief time, I think it was for about a month. But it was something that we can easily pick up with the knowledge that we have. We all use the same software, and we're able to assist in the staffing shortage. With regards to South Glengarry as well right now, one thing that's not in the slide, just very recently I am assisting in providing other financial functions to the new treasurer at the South Glengarry, assisting with the 2023 year-end and audit preparation, as well as being a resource to answer questions or help compile some information or tax analysis or various reconciliations. When I look at what we do to help other municipalities, there are just so many things. SDG provides support where we can to make it easier for everybody else, for other finance departments in many different capacities. Some things take time, some things don't take as much time, but sometimes providing a review or a second set of eyes on when dealing with a complicated financial task is enough to support each other. So some of the things that I have completed on behalf of some local municipalities is verifying tax rates in bylaws before they go to their council. I've provided VADM training, year-end and audit support, assisting with the process and what you need to compile in order to provide a good audit process. Inputted Opta tax rates, so that's the provincial system. I've monitored MPAC for RFR requests for reconsideration and appeals within the local municipalities, and provided information to the locals if there was something that came up that might be of note. Various projects. One of the projects that we're working on right now is with the Bank of Montreal and VADM to implement a system called Digital Check Service, which is embedded into VADM that would be able to provide an additional layer of control to detect fraud. One of the other things that we complete is to assist with cost centers and job costing when needed in VADM, or provide some input on what are the best options available when you're looking at activities that the municipality completes or different types of jobs, job costing features. So in conclusion, I'm proud that our finance team is able to support local municipalities and give whatever assistance they can to each other. We are a very collaborative team that is willing to share our experience and knowledge when we can. And a big thank you to our IT services again for being able to connect us so quickly. That is the conclusion of my slide.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you, Rebecca. Those are excellent examples of partnership and collaboration that appears to be working really well, and my compliments actually go out to all of the staff for the excellent efforts that you all make in terms of making those things happen. And I think the really important value in that is that, you know, these are temporary measures, right? It's sort of like, we're in a bind. Okay, we're here. We can help you out, and you know, at no additional cost. It's like a win-win-win-win, and so kudos to all of you. My question is, and I meant to ask this to Mike as well, are there sometimes capacity issues associated with these collaborations and partnerships?
Yes, but there is. But we always make sure that others that are in a bind are a priority, even though it makes ourselves put our projects behind. I will give an example. When we were completing payroll for North Dundas, we also had a staff shortage. So We had to redeploy staff out of our 5. We were now down to 4. We had one staff member that was picking up some of our library payroll. Sarah was inputting accounts payable, who was our deputy treasurer. I was completing, we were all picking up the pieces, but meanwhile putting other of those noted projects that we really wanted to get done, such as multi-year budgeting implementation, online timesheets for other municipalities. Those projects had to be put on hold to do that, but the priority was with those shortages. That was more of a priority than some of these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So to answer that question, the way we've propped up the IT department, when we're fully staffed, we generally have capacity to deal with the regular day-to-day. Where we do run into challenges are the requests for special projects. So depending on the scope, duration of the project, I think that's where we run into capacity issues, and sometimes we either have to put off requests or local municipality kind of direct them to get outside help. So I think the day-to-day when fully staffed, we've accounted for that. The MOU really helps with that as well, knowing the consistency of what's asked of us, so providing that service. But it's those special projects that come up that aren't always planned or we don't always know about that we do get taxed quite a bit with that. So we want to do more in as much as we can. We don't want to say no, and we don't want to have to send local municipalities away to third parties, but it's just the nature of the business we're in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And yeah, I want to echo Councillor Williams' sentiments there. We really appreciated the support, especially during a difficult time like budget. And I guess the one question I have is, I had presumed that we were that we had to pay for some of that support, and I'm not sure whether we did or not. It's kind of a moot point whether we did, but I presume we actually paid for a portion of Sarah's time. Maybe we didn't. I think part of this thought process will have to be, are there times when we do have to charge? And I agree 100% with the CAO. I don't think we want to do it all the time. I think we want to stay nimble. We want people to feel that they can approach the counties first and foremost to say, you know what, I have a need, I have an urgent situation, and many of the times that won't be charged for. But there may be times, and I actually feel that if we weren't charged, this might have been an appropriate time for us to be charged for Sarah's support to take us through a budget and did a whole lot of work around a very, very busy time of the year.
Thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you. So yeah, to echo, so again, losing a treasurer in November was kind of a challenge for us. So I appreciate Sarah's, and we did implement a new treasurer on board in February, early February. But the question regarding VATM and payroll, because sometimes you can have 50 employees or 100 employees, does not change. Would there be a benefit? Like, I know what we're talking here is helping out municipalities, but as far as payroll, would there be this the finance department at the counties see a benefit possibly of having one person take care of payroll for a global for the 6 municipalities? Would that be something that could be looked at, or again, would that be more of if we can help at that under those circumstances?
So that is something that, so I guess it was about September 2010. We did have a formal agreement with South Glengarry where we did complete the payroll for South Glengarry under an agreement, and that was for about 5 years, I'd say. It is something that if council and the municipalities would like to research and implement, it is something that the counties could do on behalf of the municipalities under maybe different circumstances where we do have additional staff and agreements in place. But we all have the same programs, we all have the same OMERS obligations, follow all those same procedures. So it is something that can be done, but not with the staffing that we have right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And this is more about the IT, I guess, or not, I don't guess, I know. The IT department, and correct me please if I'm mistaken, Madam CAO or Mr. Warden, has grown, and to best of my recollection, it's grown because of the challenges that were out there throughout the lower tiers and the projects and the needs and the increasing need of IT support at the county's office. So and whenever we talk about paying and making sure that's paid back, I think that's, if I'm not too far off base, it's part of the levy as it is, because it has grown to be supportive. And if I look at Mr. St. Onge, at one time when it was 1 or 2 people, you wouldn't be able to do those projects outside of. So the increase is partially caused by our needs throughout SDG at the lower tier. And so more staff has been hired, and I listened to Ms. Russell's talk about payroll and the question asked. That again would be a levy issue, and that would be borne by the lower tiers. So, and I get that some departments aren't handled in the same way and haven't had the same evolution as IT, and finance hasn't had the same evolution of staffing, but I just wanted to remind people that IT did grow, and part of the reason it had to grow was to service the lower tiers.
Yes, that's correct. Councillor Dencham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Another comment, I guess, towards IT specifically, but I think one of the, if we're talking about shared services, a model that includes some form of, and some degree of shared services, IT kind of makes sense for a couple of reasons. One is, again, the expertise and the fact that we wouldn't necessarily have enough work at the local level to be able to substantiate a full-time IT person. But even more importantly would be something like cybersecurity. And having cybersecurity centralized on centralized servers allows everything to be managed in one place, and ideally allows us to have some degree of expertise and potentially outside consulting without having to engage them multiple times across multiple municipalities. So to me, something like IT feels like a very, very logical shared services model. Again, other municipalities may choose to opt out for whatever reason they wish, but to me, again, it feels like the right place for IT. And then, of course, in terms of payment, then the payment will come through the levy at the county level, not necessarily a chargeback at the local level.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments at this time? Thank you, Rebecca. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
All right, thank you, Mr. Warden. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were, like Township of South Stormont, if you want to look at one municipality, you don't source out anything to us in terms of the IT. You don't source anything to us towards planning, or I think financial any services at all. I'm just wondering, like, if charging the municipalities for the outsourced services, that I think that seriously we are paying twice for that same service if it's not through the levy. Am I correct in saying that?
We don't have any formal agreements with any local municipality in providing any financial support. Normally the support we do provide, and South Stormont is one of the municipalities where we haven't provided any assistance. In the event that you were short-staffed, we would definitely be available to provide assistance for short periods of time. But there are no formal agreements. We have not charged back for any of these services. So for North Stormont, for instance, we did not charge back for any of Sarah's time. But we also reach out to municipalities as well, and we have a great resourceful financial services treasurers group where we help each other with questions and answers and things like that. But it is, any assistance we do provide is through the levy, not charged back. So us providing services to North Stormont, South Stormont not having the same service, I could see that, you may feel disadvantaged. However, in the event that South Stormont does need assistance, we would also provide it.
I think I understand what you're saying, Councillor McGillis, and I'll just give an example of North Glengarry. Up until 6 years ago, we were the only municipality that did not use the county VADM system. We paid for our own, but we nonetheless still paid for the service here. North Glengarry was also, prior to this period, we were the only ones in the county that had our own official plan. So we were paying to update that, do that, but still paying into the county system. We've opted now, both of those are, we got rid of our own official plan, was adopted by we adopted the county's official plan, and we are now with VATM. But I get what you're saying, but there's lots of examples in the past where municipalities are paying for services that they're not receiving at that present time. So go ahead, Councillor McGillis.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, we all work together, and I think it's great that the counties can provide services, shared services, if they have the capacity and they have the time. I think it's good, but just as long as municipalities that are not using the services don't have to pay the extra, that's all I'm saying, because it wouldn't be fair to one municipality if the rest of them are getting the free services through the counties because of the levy that we have to pay towards it. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to transportation services. Thank you, Rebecca.
Good morning. So you're going to be stuck with me for a little bit longer, I think, the previous ones. I tend to have a little more to talk about than they do, so hope everybody's comfortable with a glass of water or something in front of us. So I think everybody's aware of, we talked about it before, we share about 3,000 kilometers of road throughout SDG between the counties and local townships. And with that, we have similar but very unique activities. When I say similar, we all plow snow in the wintertime, but there's a big difference of plowing a gravel road there is to an asphalt road. There's a big difference between grading a gravel road to grading a shoulder on a paved road. The potholes are totally handled different between surface treatment and hard asphalt. And the road designs in general, there's a big difference in. We both have MMS requirements, although they are a little bit different. But we do share common goals and values. We all want safe roads. We all want to meet the public's expectation, and we need to comply with legislative requirements. We all participate in the same organizations, such as Good Roads, Eastern Ontario Road Supervisors Association, and through this, we're always promoting continuing learning and sharing of ideas and creating connections to find out if we don't have the answers, who does. And obviously, we talked about just previously, we all come from the same tax base and we all have tight budgets, so wherever we can find efficiencies, we want to find the efficiencies. So we do a lot of work together, and there is a lot of synergy. So some of the services I'm going to kind of talk about here today, and I'm probably going to miss and forget a lot of the stuff because we do so much together. We are quite integrated. But some of the things I'm going to talk about is joint tendering, field services and operational support, equipment sharing, and that goes both ways. We share your equipment as much as you share our equipment sometimes. GIS support, noxious weed control, and specialized services such as shouldering and street sweeping. So jumping right off, we do look after the joint tenders for all 6 municipalities, including the counties. This is a very time-consuming process, but it does provide us a great deal of buying power. The counties host a joint meeting at the beginning of the year and review the tendering process with each one of the municipalities. And last year, we used this room and we filled this room with representatives from different municipalities, including the City of Cornwall. We conduct surveys from each one of the municipalities on what your requirements are and what your needs are. We correlate the data, we confirm the correctness of the information with the township, and we build the tender documents from there. We issue the tenders, manage the correspondence, close the tenders, and provide the award letters to all the contractors. We coordinate the deliveries and the payments, and this leads into the contract administration of the contracts. This is completed all at no cost. So the field service, or a lot of this goes to construction or capital costs. So a lot of this starts even before the tendering process starts. We have boots on the ground that work with your representatives of each one of the townships, and we look at the proposed designs and methodology, how you want to do your work.
Working with them, we review the engineering designs and provide comments. We conduct the reviews, field surveys, we prepare the quantities for tendering. We even prepare cost estimates and give you your best options. Should you use option A, option B before you go to the tendering process. We work with the townships to adjust these tenders to meet your budgets based on the estimates we provided, and we follow up with contract administration. So contract administration, we start out we prepare the agenda. This basically, once the tenders are awarded, we take over the actual implementation of the work. We prepare the agendas and coordinate the pre-construction and site meetings and follow up with the minutes. We obtain shop material and material drawings for review and approval, liaising with the third-party engineering firms on design and construction, monitor and track quantities and schedules, prepare the payment certificates, and monitor the budget. One thing we should note too when we talk about the payment certificates is the counties pay the contractors up front. And that becomes a benefit. Any contractor bidding our work, we usually pay within 2 weeks. For their cash flow, they want our work. Then that also helps us bankroll the townships. It provides you the financial resources to pay as you can pay us down the road. Continuing on the contract administration, we do prepare and maintain the site diary. So that's your record of construction happened there going forward. We ensure the health and safety regulations are adhered to by your contractors. We complete the quality control inspections. We address the deficient work, overseeing remedial action. We negotiate the claims and other contractual issues, working with your directors. And we prepare change orders as needed and provide general site inspection. So outline some of the works we've completed for the townships. We've done geotechnical investigation or borehole data. We've done hot mix. And currently we're doing about 50 kilometers of road for the townships right now in hot mix paving. That's almost the equivalent of the amount of hot mix paving we're doing for the counties. We've done microsurfacing in the past. We've provided line paving services to all the townships. We've done culvert lining and guide rail repair. And we're currently looking after overseeing the rehab of 2 bridges in South Glengarry. The counties are able to provide 2 subject matter expert project managers or project construction supervisors. We have one dedicated strictly to bridges and one dedicated strictly to paving. This provides the efficiency to have somebody there that knows what they're doing and not wear multiple hats. With that, previously we've had 2 site inspectors working with them. Currently we're down to 1. The other one was we tried to recruit through the COVID process and weren't able to find any suitable candidates. But there's definitely in the last 5 years, there's been a great increase in the amount of work we've been doing with municipalities. There's been more and more interaction with our supervisors, and this is something we kind of like to continue on with. All this work here, I should point out also, is we charge back only the direct costs we receive from the contractors. There's no charge for our staff. Field operations. This is an area that we do a lot of work together with, and that's back and forth between the different patrols. Starting out at the higher level, we've been able to purchase specialized equipment that no municipality, including ourselves, have been able to purchase on our own. And a good example of that was 2 years ago when we bought the street sweeper. That's a $500,000 piece of equipment that you use once a year for the most part. But being able to work together, we're able to buy that piece of equipment and utilize it through all 6 municipalities plus the counties and improve great cost savings compared to hiring a contractor for that period. We also have a great supply of resources, materials. We provide salt and patch, which is picked up at our locations and utilized by the township. Not every township takes advantage of this, but they do at times, and we bill back only the cost incurred by us. We have a great supply of signs and culverts, and these are commonly borrowed from a township if they're short signs, short culverts for a failure, and they just replace that as their new delivery comes in. So we become kind of like a stockyard. Support, the patrol staffs are constantly talking and sharing information and resources. And this goes both ways. Like it's not just the townships come to the counties. We also reach out to the townships. There's a lot of information going back and forth. We have winter maintenance agreements. We're in place right now where the townships actually plow some of our roads for us. And there's a lot of gentlemen agreements made in the field between the supervisors. And this here is a good example of how we're saving tax dollars. So if we need a backhoe at the county level, we might borrow a backhoe from a township that they're not using it. And we'll pay that back by maybe doing some shouldering for them to replace the service. So there's no actual additional cost to the taxpayers. The equipment was already there. We're just utilizing the equipment that's available. In previous years, we've been able to provide spare equipment, such as the snowplows to South Stormont and North Dundas when they've had problems. This was completed at no cost, and recently we were able to provide a grader to South Glengarry. We also have one of the largest fleets of snowplows in the area, and with this, we have to maintain a stock that if something goes down, we can fix it immediately. We don't have to run to a store and wait for deliveries. Having said that, on multiple occasions, townships have reached out to us on a Saturday or Sunday or other parts are back ordered to borrow parts from us or assistance, and we've been able to provide that service to them, and they just return the part whenever they're done with that. Also, with having the largest fleet, we tend to, if something's going to break, we're going to find out about it. So quite often we'll receive phone calls from the local municipalities. Did this happen to you? How did it happen? So there's a lot of synergy back and forth, if sharing of information, assisting each other. We do recognize within our own mechanics department, there's probably room for improvement there. We are looking at that right now, and as part of that process, we are considering how we can help the townships better at the same time. Now, GIS is a very exciting field, and the GIS department, if I go in there, I'm sure they curse me as I come out, give them more ideas and work that they can actually do. And we're barely touching the potential of our GIS system. Originally, we had a staff of 3. Through resignation, we're down to 2, and this is about 50% of most municipalities in the county level at our area. We're currently providing and maintain the Esri ArcGIS software and applications for all the townships. We provide the licensing, look after the licensing, and to explain that, the licensing is about 30% of our budget. 30% of our budget just goes to the licensing. We provide troubleshooting and repairs, and we develop a lot of applications for the GIS. So if you have people out there collecting data, collecting stormwater data, fire hydrant data, whatever it may be, sidewalk, that's usually from an application that was developed in-house. We set up and maintain the geospatial privileges and functionality. Currently, we have close to 500 users on our GIS platform, and I'd say about half or over half of that is actually township staff. We set up and maintain the asset data layers and provide data analysis for asset management, and we're currently helping South Stormont the implementation of a PSD citywide. It's a similar program that we're using here at the county level, and that does your asset management calculations. So basically, at any point in time, they can click a button and it updates their asset management plans. We provide various specific maps upon request. I think you've seen a few maps actually came through on the presentations earlier. Those maps just don't appear. Somebody actually has to build them. We provide zoning and mapping updates for planning. We maintain civic address and road network files for 911, and we provide fire response boundary mapping. Again, none of these services are charged back to the townships. Other services that we do provide that don't really fit into any particular category. Under the MMS regulations, you have to do sign reflectivity annually. We have summer students out in the field that do provide that for both the counties and the townships. Something new we started this year is the road need inspections. We started working out with the North Dundas a little bit this year, starting to do the road needs inspections. We provide the ARWA stations. We provide access to all your public works staff to our ARWA stations, which is, I've explained to you previously, provides all your current weather data, road data. And part of that, we also provide weather forecasting, which is again part of the MMS requirements. You have to have a weather reporting or weather tracking on an annual basis. We provide that service, we pay for that service, and we provide access to that to local municipalities. Transnomus 511, if you ever get notifications of road closures or stuff like that, that's all through Municipal 511, and that's a platform the counties pay for. We look after the weed spraying program. It's kind of a joint tender, but we look after the whole management of that as far as MTO, the Ministry of Labor, or Ministry of Environment submissions, as well as public notifications. And we do provide forestry services for the Warwick Forests or the Summerstown trails. And we also do have some interactions with the public directors if they have concerns regarding their woodlots or trees along their road. We have provided the chainsaw training or chipper training courses to local municipalities, again, free of charge. And we're always looking to help, ways we can help use better. A good example of that is this spring, one of the local municipalities had a problem with their concrete pool. We were able to send our bridge inspector up there to be able to take a look at the concrete and give them some suggestions on the proper way of maintaining it.
So where is there some collaborative opportunities or improvements going forward? I'm going to say this is probably one of the greatest opportunities that we can increase our support to the local municipalities. Like I mentioned earlier, we have the subject matter experts that can focus on the project that the township staff just don't have the time to do. And being involved with multiple townships and understanding the upcoming projects also opens the opportunity for better joint tendering and coordinating the work to get some better cost savings at the end. It also allows the ability to make sharing the equipment a little bit easier. So if we know there's a project in a certain area for one township and a project in another area for another township, we may be able to schedule or coordinate that you can use the same piece of equipment. So it's finish at one, go to the next one, rather than being both of them working at the same time and have to hire that same equipment twice from two different sources. Compared to hiring a consultant, the county staff have an invested interest in the project. They live here, they work here, they got the municipalities at heart. They want to be involved. They want to see the life of that bridge, where the consultants are only there to oversee and they have no real stake in the game. And there's a huge cost savings to that. Recently, the counties in 2022 got a tender for to oversee a bridge rehab from one of our counties' bridges. It was close to 80 grand for one bridge. So that's quite a bit of money. Whereas we can use the county staff, we can generally spread that over several bridges and be able to do the same service. We are currently assisting South Glengarry this year with 2 bridges. And luckily, we were able to do that this year because we were able to obtain a recently graduate engineering student who has the skills and ability to help us with that. So we're able to split our staff up a little bit to not only on the county bridges, but work on one of the township's bridges. And this is more of the work we'd like to be able to do. We'd like to be able to work with municipalities to do this type of work. The local directors are asking us for this work. We've actually had to turn down townships this year that have asked us to assist them with their bridges. And I see this as a great opportunity of collaborative effort going forward. We could provide a better service. That begins right at the OSIMs. If we have staff here that understand the OSIMs, they can do the reviews, they can prepare the budgeting, take a look at the tenders. They can assist in developing a construction program that not feeds just one municipality, but could actually assist all municipalities at the same time. Provide the contract administration throughout the project lifestyle. But in order to do this, we are going to need to replace that second field technician that's been vacant for some year. On the road construction side of things, there's always room for improvement, but a lot of these things we are currently working at right now. We have township staff that's constantly interacting with your local directors and getting feedback back and forth both ways. And we look after most of the tenders, joint tenders right now through our joint tendering program, and we do perform most of contract administration. I'm talking about here is our asphalt paving, our culverts, our guide rail. We are doing a lot of work now. We do have the staff there to do the work, but there is opportunities also to go forward. There's always room for improvement. And some of the ones are, as I mentioned earlier, we experimented this spring completing the road needs study with North Dundas. This is an expense that goes usually out to a consultant. But we believe we have the capabilities to do a lot of that stuff in-house. But having a county staff doing some of these road needs studies, they understand your roads, they understand your road bases, they understand the area. And by doing so, they take a look at one township, and they go to the next township, they can try and get some synergies across the board, how everybody's tackling their problems. It also creates a synergy of being able to build your joint tenders that you can actually feed off of each other and make some efficiencies. So through that, we'd be able to assist in developing a full construction program across all 6 municipalities, prepare the tender documents, and continue on with providing the contract administration. And currently, we do have the field tech in that position, so that's one that we do have the staff I think we're able to continue with. Like I mentioned earlier, GIS is kind of unseen, unrecognized. The maps just seem to appear. This one here is just a quick snapshot of a planning department's, and there's multiple layers in there. So I say the planning department probably use GIS on a daily basis, if not an hourly basis. So all their information's on here, like zoning, planning, and everything else. There's multiple layers there that all have to be inputted. Here's just a quick snapshot of the asset management. I'm not sure how well it shows up there, but there's lots of points. So any asset you have out in the field is recorded, tracked, and maintained through the GIS system. We're also developing different applications I talked about earlier. You're collecting sidewalk data, sewer data, fire hydrant data. And there's a lot of work that goes to that. And this here's just a quick snapshot of how they do it. They start with a blank sheet. They got to create the tablets. They got to start the back end forms. They got to create the front end forms that's going to come out of it. They got to set an asset calculation so it actually recognizes where it is. They got to be able to program that onto a map and just drill it down, drill it down, drill it down. And that's very time consuming. The counties started this program roughly in 2001 and they integrated the townships into the GIS around 2017. And since then, we've received increasing requests for assistance. Planning, for example, the recent zoning updates, they had a consultant come through, did a lot of the zoning updates, but all your planning I showed you in that map before, all those different colors had to be manipulated to a certain degree, which we've received. Now there's going to be a lot of local tweaking. So we have received requests from the local municipalities to perform that work, which is quite time consuming. With our current staff, we weren't too sure if we were able to provide that service. We received a quote from an external consultant, and you're looking at $150,000 to perform that work. We are trying to find ways to be able to do that internally at this time because that's just, nobody's budgeted $150,000 to be able to do this type of work. We're asked for increased support for asset management. This is going to be continually going on. It's getting more and more prevalent with PSD citywide, and this is definitely something we want to be a part with. We also have increased technical support. They said we have about 500 users, about 250 township, roughly, but the rest is the county or county level. So every time there's a technical glitch or error, our staff are getting emails for assistance to help, and it gets very time consuming. We would like to be able to develop specific applications that meet the needs. And this is something our department wants to do. We don't want to just have these nice, beautiful maps, but we want to be able to, like I mentioned earlier, we're barely touching the tip of what GIS can do, but we want to be able to develop and move ahead, not be the trailers. And we just don't have the ability to do that this time. There's a lot of work out there, and we really would like to get that at it. And in order to do that, we're going to have to reinstate that third GIS position. So having said that, I said we've heard the council's desire for partnership and collaboration with the townships. It's something we enjoy doing. We enjoy working with our partners in the field. It's something we all have a vested interest in, and we see lots of opportunities and benefits to help each other both ways. And with that, I'll leave it for questions.
Okay, thank you, Derek, for your presentation. Questions or comments? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Warden. With those two positions, as that might be something that comes up in 2025 budget, do you know if those are they budgeted dollars for 2025 that are just vacant dollars, or are they included in the budget in 2024? Like, are they dollars just not spent or dollars not there, I guess is the question. And I have a question after that, if I may.
No, they're not budgeted for in 2024, and if we were to proceed with it, it would be budgeted in 2025.
Okay, thank you. And if you'll allow me, because you had a quick phone call with me just to get my idea of this, so I'm glad we're having this conversation. I might be slightly more broad with my topics, but I'll start with roads just on the thank you to that. I received an email from our general manager of infrastructure, and you noticed that our infrastructure is using the counties as well as some there and back. So she wanted to thank Matt Burnell for his help with the contract for the bridge administration, Mike Jans for his bridge planning study, Dana Grant for his hot mix paving support and contract administration, and operations support with Trevor Baker, and as well as yourself, Mr. McMillan, with your help with the regional waste management program. Those are things that I think we help you when you help us, and it just needs to be noted that all these names are not in this council chamber, but we are thankful for that. Whenever this topic came up last time, and it was planning that kind of necessitated it, I like the idea of this conversation, and maybe I'm, again, going more broad, but I'm in favor at times. There might be jobs that can be done better at the county level, or maybe even administered at the county level. And if I can take this moment to politic my southern neighbors, at this point we have a moment where Jeff Heineman is at South Dundas, Mark Sopaz is in South Stormont, and we have Sarah McDonald in South Glengarry. It might not be something that we always have to do through the counties. We can do it lower tier amongst ourselves and administer with different services, but that's a conversation that I'm glad as a South Glengarry political representative to have with anyone. It can be at the county level, or it can be at the lower tier level, and I think I sent out at one point something about fire, and we had that conversation because Tony is Councillor Fraser is a fire member, and has been for some time, is setting standards, it's sometimes hard, but like we don't just have to administer through the counties, which is great. We can also have those conversations. I just want, from my perspective, and I don't know if I'm just speaking from an island, is glad to have them here, and I'm thankful that you brought this up with planning. So that will be my only diatribe, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments for Derek? Councillor McGillis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I just want to say, Derek, over the years, I did see a lot of improvement in terms of the communication with through your meetings with the road supers. It's just great to see that how you communicated over the years with our staff. And I wanted to say thank you for those improvements that you've made over the years. It's great. And you can see, through all the things that we've done, the counties have done, and the municipalities have done. And it's not easy today with all the costs and how they are so exorbitant. And we're still making it work. So through you and your department, I want to say thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Derek, for your presentation. And we'll move on to planning next.
Good morning, and thank you, Council. So I'll start in Planning and Economic Development Services with tourism. Tourism is a service that is delivered at the county level, but we also have partnerships, especially with our neighbors in Cornwall. In 2024, we've worked together to create joint tourism guides and enhance our websites, along with the 2024 Tourism Strategic Plan, working with the city on that. I think there is great opportunities there and cost savings. There's a bit of a different focus for each department, but in terms of the guide and marketing and instead of sending two separate guides out, having one that combines both municipalities, I think that's been a great partnership. As well, of course, through our regular work, we're working with your municipalities, the tourism businesses, Parks Commission, all those main groups, and helping to support events, trade shows, attending fairs with our student staff. The other one that we do at a regional level is initiatives and programs for marketing the counties and doing tourism signage, things like that. And some of the great SDG tourism videos, and working with television companies, I guess, as well, such as The Amazing Race. For economic development, one of the roles, the big parts of the role is the local economic development officer working group. So that'd be working closely with your local EDOs and coordinating regional projects through the annual budget. Is there something that everyone thinks that we should do this year and that it might make sense for us to deliver at the county that everyone would like? Then through the suggestions from our local EDOs, let's put this to council for budget and have some cost savings instead of each municipality doing a separate project. We've also provided support to the Township of North Stormont during vacancies in the EDO position, similar to communications, and we do provide support to newer EDOs to introduce them some of the programs at the county level, provincial, and help them make some contacts. The regional incentive programs, that's a great collaboration with our local municipalities in terms of the application process, reviewing it with our committee at the county level, and dispersing those funds. So that's a great project, along with our marketing, regional branding, regional initiatives, workforce development, and working with all those provincial and federal agencies. There's a lot of different groups and committees and things to be a part of, and not everyone has time to do that at the local municipality, especially if they're doing communications as part of their job or another type of facility. So I think Tara helps to be on some of those working groups and then relay the information instead of all 7 municipalities attending the meeting. So planning, I've kind of divided up the slides into 2 parts. The first is the part that's the services that are delivered to all municipalities. So as a warden mentioned as well, there's those regional planning services, such as the county official plan. There's also land division severances, subdivisions, condominiums. That's our regular day-to-day jobs. Since 2021, there's a couple things that we've done is we've started provided contracted planning services to certain local municipalities, but we've also tried to improve a lot of our countywide services. For example, our severance application process, now we take the payments online via credit card. We collect all the fees for municipalities instead of the applicants going from agency to agency to pay all their fees and collect all the checks. We have a whole electronic submission process, so now all the comments are coordinated and submitted online and in a system that all the municipal staff have access to. And not only consent process, but part law control is another one for splitting up those semi-detached and those townhomes. We've gone from, I think it probably took 3 to 6 weeks, depending on when there was a council meeting date. We've worked with your municipalities, your clerks, your planning departments to set up delegated authority, and it can be as fast as hours or minutes sometimes if we kind of line everything up that we're ready to go and to sign off and do this electronic process. So that's been really good. As well, we do a lot of joint policy projects. We're working on the growth management study. We've been working with the planners in North Dundas and South Glengarry and South Stormont on kind of different areas that the municipality sees for growth, as well as maybe this area was planned as a commercial area, it should be changed to residential. So at the county level, we go to your townships and say what's the best that works for you, and then we're preparing the study, preparing the justification report, doing the public notices, sending that out, and ultimately the last thing I think I added that wasn't on the original slide is Ontario Land Tribunal. And I added that because we just got another appeal of the province appealed another one of our official plan changes, unfortunately. So we defend council's decision or work towards a settlement for Ontario Land Tribunals. We have 3 cases right now. Again, we also work with joint projects, sharing best practices and kind of a resource if one of your planning directors wants a second opinion, they might give us a call and we'll talk through a file. And I think that's a lot of the other directors said the same thing as well. So that's the services we deliver specifically at the county level to all municipalities. We also provide planning services on a fee-for-service basis since about mid to end of 2021. That's done on a contract basis with North Stormont, South Dundas, and North Glengarry. Currently, we're providing service to North Dundas during a staffing transition and training. We are charging for that service because it does involve being in office and dedicating a specific amount of time per week. It's not kind of on, it's done a little bit more formal, and it's been for 6 months and not just 2 or 3 months. So, but again, that's only a temporary basis for and to help with some of the training. So the planning services to local municipalities, that includes resources during regular office hours. We're regularly working in the municipal offices. We might have designated desks or spots, and we'll go there. We'll meet with residents. We'll meet with the staff. Usually, actually all the different departments, they might have a file, and this person's coming. You know, Stephanie's coming, or Peter's coming, or one of the other staff. We'll try and coordinate and have those type of informal meetings. At the same time, we're in those having our office hours with the municipalities. We go to council and committee meetings. I'm in North Stormont on Tuesday and North Glengarry council next week. And we do planning reports, notices, coordination of files, policy studies that might be specific to one municipality that would be through the levy, or would not be through the levy, sorry. And we actually, I think a really great example of the collaboration that we've done with some of those municipalities is being part of their budget and strategic planning process as well, and kind of adding a voice for planning at the table. I think one of the most important things is the training and mentoring of junior staff as well, and kind of having people that might not have a planning background. We do have, because we have planners that are already delivering county-wide services, and a lot of us have worked in a local municipality before too. We think we really emphasize that training and mentoring of junior staff. There was some questions, I think, in the financial part of this as well. So you can see from when we started, it was only part of the year and just kind of getting the department started, not for all the municipalities. So the first year was about 10,000, then 43,000, 71,000, now 100,000. So I think we actually really, this is probably the favorite part of our job, is working with our local municipalities and doing something a little bit different than the county level, which can sometimes be a bit high level, and we love being in those municipal offices and working with all of your staff. And I think through the last 3 years and going to 4, I think we've strengthened our team and strengthened some of the regional services and also helped the municipalities that need the service. I think there is, in general, for municipalities, there's only, I think, there's more engineers in this room than probably and then registered professional planners in the whole county, and there's only, I think, 4 people that have actually gone to planning school out of 120,000 in Cornwall and SCNG. So I think a lot of the work, and obviously for your directors as well, that don't use these extra services, I think supporting the staff development and growth is a big part of what we can do here at the county, and I think that goes into our report, and in terms of the services that South Dundas has asked us to enhance is to do more of that supervision and staff development and more of on a direct level than maybe only as a kind of a consultant or a contract. So that's, I think, where we're coming from in terms of this report. I think all of you, because there's 133 jobs posted on OPPI right now for planners, and there's no planning schools in Eastern Ontario. There's no planning technician schools in Eastern Ontario. So I think through, I think, the alternative we're proposing in the report, part of that is helping to develop staff at the local levels and have more of a direct supervision report, while at the same time making sure that if we're offering a service to only one municipality, then that's coming from the fees rather than from the levy. So I'm happy to take any questions. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I know I'm repeating myself, but, big congratulations both to the Transportation Department and the Planning Department for your collaborative efforts. I know at North Glengarry we have benefited enormously. We have a planning administrative assistant there that handles the boots on the ground, sort of talking to the public, preparing the applications, and then using your expertise to support that has been a beautiful model that has worked very well for us, and I think is, in my mind, a preferable model to anything more permanent. And I think that I know I've lost my train of thought.
Please don't go into the next
No, I'm
discussion.
not going to go into the next thing. But I just want to say that the shared services agreement that we currently have works very well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. A question on your last slide. We've obviously been moving up in amount of billed hours. Is it all billed at a similar amount? Like, I'm assuming that there's a certain amount of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming there's a certain amount of work that could be done by a junior planner, or a full planner, would need to do certain things. But, as far as like Councillor Williams was saying, is collecting the information and so forth, wouldn't need to necessarily be a full planner to do it. So are we billing at different rates for different services there?
Yes, there's different rates for myself, for our senior planners, and for our planning technician. So, for example, for the services that North Dundas was more kind of catching up, helping to train, learning about the county processes, being in the office. It was billed at the planning technician rate was in the office. When it's Like on Tuesday, we have a couple of major files in North Stormont. So I'm attending that meeting and presenting to council on that, and that's billed at the higher rate. So yes, it varies among, depending on the need and the complexity of the project.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. So in our aspect of utilizing the services of the planning department, so we have boots on the ground. We have our junior planner that deals with face-to-face 5 days a week with our clientele. We have where Peter evaluates who goes, whether it's Megan, Stephanie, himself, to identify what the needs are. But the big picture that I tend to want, or I like to look at, is when we're dealing, whether it's subdivision or severance consent applications, they're all championed by the counties. So the benefit that we have is it's not like you're opening up a file and you got to get briefed and understand what it is that you're looking at. So subdivision starts off where it's actually signed and authorized by the counties prior to getting approved. Same thing with draft plans. Consent applications are filled out where our junior planner can fill out applications. It's looked over by the counties, which is already have been looked at. They tended to their issue before looking, say, for the zoning aspect of our level at the municipal level. So I think it's a great benefit to have with the shared services where we do pay the outside of the levy. But I fully support and appreciate when Peter does come down, and I just want to state that we pay his full mileage for that half a kilometer he lives from our office. So, but anyways, no, again, it's just, I think for that 1 day a week to have your specialized expertise, at the same time helping out our junior planner when she's dealing with our general public. So again, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions on the presentation? Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll move into the discussion on the planner for South Dundas. Do we need to? Okay, sounds good. Yep.
It's moved by Councillor Densham, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that council revert from committee of the whole back to council.
All those in favor? Motion is carried, none opposed, and we have a motion.
Yes, the motion for item 16.1, Planning Services Resources Municipality of South Dundas. It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas and Glengarry authorize the creation of an additional position in the Planning and Economic Development Services Department to support the provision of planning services in the municipality of South Dundas, and direct staff to amend the shared services agreement with the municipality.
So this was the deferred motion from the last meeting. So we will speak to it. For expediency, if we could give everybody one opportunity, we'll go around the table to say, give their piece, and then you can ask questions or comment, and then we'll go back to whoever wants to speak after that. So if everybody gets their one opportunity, you don't have to speak, but I'll start over here. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think that this is what's on the table today is a significant change from the way we are currently doing things, and will likely have implications in the future, which I don't think we've really at this point discussed them or maybe tried to identify them, and whether those implications are good implications or whether or not they're potentially bad implications. So my thinking is that before we start embedding council staff into our municipal offices, we need to think long and hard about what that means. Like, what are we aiming to do? You know, why are we doing it? I understand that there's a vacancy in South Dundas, and I can completely understand that this is a desirable solution for South Dundas, and I completely appreciate that. However, it has implications for the broader organization and the future of whether or not we're moving towards more regional government in general, more centralized government, and we don't want this to be sort of a haphazard decision where we embed a county staff into a local municipal office, and then it's like, oh, okay, now all of a sudden we are, you know, we need to drive this ship, not sort of find ourselves in a position where, okay, I guess now we need to centralize all our planning. Maybe we do. Maybe that's the right thing to do. But we need to have that discussion before we start hiring county staff and embedding them in local municipalities, because it'll also potentially have an impact on the local municipalities who need to be strong within themselves and be able to stand on their own 2 feet and have adequate staff in order to be able to serve the public. If like I see that there's a lot of services that are used by the lower tiers of county services, and like I said earlier, that partnership and collaboration is very, very valuable. But there's a fine line between sort of it being a partnership and it being a reliance. And so I think we need to go into this consciously to make sure that this shift in a potential sort of county lower tier staffing model, because it is a shift in the staffing model, is one that actually makes sense, because there'll be pressure to use it in other instances, and we need to know where we're going with this. Again, there are opportunities for regional approaches, but not every regional approach, every department makes sense to have a regional approach. Then you get into the questions of fairness, and we've had this discussion around the table many times. It's like, okay, so-and-so is being provided a specific service. Sure, they're paying for it, but, as Councillor McGill has pointed out, if you're not taking advantage of that, where's the fairness in that? And I'm not trying to sort of like look for problems where they aren't, but fairness does come up in these questions and will. And so how do we address that? So we're not all doing different things and getting different results, but that we're all sort of, pulling in the same direction. I think that that's important. I could see that there would be potential staffing issues where there's a confusion. Okay, wait a minute, we have a county staff sitting in a local municipal office. Who are they responsible to? Which staff party do they go to? What if there are, performance issues? Being a county staff member, I think is considered, I'm not sure what the word is, but it's valuable to be employed by the county. Not that it isn't valuable for the lower tier, but there's a bit of a status thing there that could be an issue, possibly. And so I think we need to kind of go into that with eyes wide open. This could potentially drive increased costs for planning staff at the local levels. Generally, I could be mistaken, Madam CAO, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think county staff don't have the same salary grids that lower tiers do. All of a sudden, if you've got a county staff member in that seat in a municipal office, that could drive other planning staff, whether they be senior, junior, or administrative, to say, hey, wait a minute, my time is valuable, so I need to be paid that as well. It could drive increased costs as a result of that. And then there's just confusion amongst the lower tiers. I really think, like I said, we all need to be trying to pull in the same direction. And right now we're all doing things quite differently. But the fact that we have the support of the county planning department enables all of us. And I'm not sure that moving away from that model is going to be beneficial to us in the long run. That's all so I do not support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you. I have to apologize. I sent my regrets at the last meeting, so I wasn't part of the discussion before the deferral. In regards to the request, so if the request would have, I'm not sure if it came from the planning department or if it came from the municipality. I, for one, see the true benefit of having the service that you offer at our municipality. From what I hear, South Dundas is looking at a 5-day full amount. Now, I don't know if that's just the need now and possibly not the full need. So if we were to see I would not just say we hire, you pay, but everything's tied to the county as far as everything that's implicated. But I would support if it's something where Peter can identify, not necessarily being that person, but who is the best fit to, similar to our 1 day a week, where it might be at one meeting, we might get another member of staff and not our director. So that coming from I would support it if it's something that's at the counties, similar just to a higher level of service for one municipality versus another, but at the same time being coordinated by, it's just, again, as you mentioned, there's a lot of implication that comes in where if we get a leave, all of a sudden now who incorporates all the ongoing of that versus now do we, one municipality just wash its hand because it's a county problem versus, so again, if it's a request coming from the planning department at the counties saying that we're going to offer a service to a municipality, for the time being it might be more days, but again, that's where I would stand, not coming from, and maybe Peter could just answer, is this request coming directly from the individual municipality, or is it something that you're kind of proposing to work in your department?
I would defer to Mayor Broad and council there, but I think it's something that we've kind of both worked on and discussed together and discussed by the council and presented you from that. I think it's a service that we are delivering. We do work in township offices. We are there 2 days a week on normal, and if there's a vacancy or a staff person that's off, we're there even more potentially. I think going back to some of the points and looking for that enhanced level of service in terms of more direction and supervision of the planning staff and being part of that team, I think that's where South Dundas is coming from, but without speaking for the mayor. One of the things that you looked at, I think we sent an email with how our hourly, how it broke down by municipality, and South Dundas is growing. They have a large amount of water and sewer capacity and a more commercial kind of industrial development, maybe not enough to have their own separate planning department. And even if a municipality wanted to do that, there's not, as I referenced before, there's probably not enough qualified planners in this area for each municipality to have a full-fledged planning department. We proposed a hybrid system. We currently operate on a hybrid system. In a report, I spoke to all the other counties, and pretty much everyone is, I think, or at least 2/3 are doing some type of hybrid system, whether it's providing the full service, providing part of the service. And I think one of the most important things talking to other counties is it varies by municipality, even within the county. There might be one municipality that says, okay, we want the county to do a lot more of the work. There might be one where the county is only involved in kind of general inquiries and kind of a few major projects. So overall, the hybrid model, is still what we're proposing, but it's an increased level of service and providing more of the service than we do right now. And we can only do that if we have an additional staff person due to the workload in that municipality, which I think is growing and has certain there's certain things happening in terms of water sewer capacity that make the need in South Dundas a bit more.
Good. Okay, Councillor Dencham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. First, thanks to staff. It's amazing the amount of collaboration that already takes place right now. And I think there's a lot of really good practices that we want to be careful not to break because they seem to be working very, very well. And in fact, from my perspective, they probably need to be the model for what we're looking forward towards. And I want to thank South Dundas for bringing this on the table. I think it's an important conversation. And I don't think the question is whether we help South Dundas, it's how. That's kind of where my head is at. Because to me, as we discussed this and looked at all of the work that's been going on, this to me sounds more like an organizational model discussion than I need help, can I have an employee? This is about what is the model we have right now. And some of that has developed over time, sort of unspoken in terms of how the municipalities collaborate with the county level. But I think it's probably time for us to put some more specific definition around what that organizational and service model needs to look like. Again, without breaking some of the stuff that, like Public Works, there's a lot of really good stuff in there that I think we just need to put it down on paper versus saying let's rethink the whole thing, because I think there's a lot of really, really good collaboration that's going on packaged the right way right now. Now, is that so big a conversation that we can't make a decision today? I think towards Councillor Williams' perspective, I kind of agree. It is a big decision, and maybe it does warrant some further discussions before we can do it. Because again, right now, the way that we're looking at this, we've got different, so I'm just checking my notes here. We've got different things that are going on. We have, emergency interim support, where North Dundas is being supported with a CAO right now, and that's kind of worked itself out in a positive and good way, not just for North Dundas, but for development opportunities, for collaboration. I think it's going to be a good experience, bringing back a lot of hands-on information back to the counties when Ben eventually comes back. But that's an interim. That's an interim solution. It's not a long-term solution. That's kind of what differentiates it in my mind right now. And there's assistance, and we talked about Rebecca helping out with and Sarah helping out with our budget in a dire time of need. And when it comes to hiring a CAO, most of us call in the county CAO to help with the hiring process for a local CAO. But really what I think it comes down to is, do we want to create a formalized, centralized, shared professional services element to some of the things that we're doing right now? And we already kind of have that, IT, debatably, and I agree with some of the comments Councillor McGillis put in terms of fairness. HR, we're already kind of doing that as a shared service, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's the right thing. Even some of the GIS work in Public Works, I think, similar to my comments about IT, it makes sense for GIS to be in one place. You want your data to be consistent throughout. You want some of the statistical analysis that Mike has done to be able to look across, and you only do that if you centralize and keep everything consistent. So I think it makes sense. To me, when I look at the increase on the slide that's up on the screen in terms of the amount of planning services, the level of expertise that's needed for big projects, senior planning type level projects, it feels like we're almost trending towards centralizing senior planning. And I think that is something that I would be willing to entertain as a centralized senior planning model for us. But what that would mean, in difference to the way that the current motion is, we're not planning doesn't hire an individual for South Dundas. Planning hires an individual, and they become contracted services out to the various municipalities. If that's more than 40 hours a week, so be it. If it's less, like it is for us, 1 day a week, so be it. Now, again, this maybe is probably too big a point to address in one quick motion here. But that is something that I think I'd be prepared to sign up for, because, again, it feels like where it's trending already, and it feels almost like what it is. We don't have to upset the apple cart on all of the other potential services that the county is providing, although I would recommend they continue to take a closer look at whether or not there's other things that we might want to share. So I don't think I can support the motion as it's worded right now, but what I would suggest is that I think South Dundas should be able to utilize planning services much like we do, but and let the planner decide whether or not it needs to be the same person all the time, because during a project that expertise the needed expertise may shift. Somebody else in another municipality may need the expertise of the person who's currently sitting at South Dundas, and maybe we can move them out, put them into a project in North Glengarry, and bring somebody else out for a project that's in flight in South Dundas and move them around from that perspective. And I think it also offers developmental opportunities for the individual who's been brought on. So again, the way the motion is worded right now, I don't think I can support it. But I definitely think I would like to see us entertain the idea of centralizing senior planning services. I think from our perspective, from a cost efficiency, we'll probably still, at least I would envision us keeping a junior planner to do the legwork. It's a low-cost solution for basic filling out of applications, interfacing, having a local presence, et cetera, without having high expenses. But that would be each lower tiers municipalities' responsibility to figure that out. Yeah, so those are my thoughts specific to that. I have other thoughts around what an organizational model might look at in terms of opting out of shared services like IT or whatever, whether the municipality gets some compensation back or whatever. But from my perspective, like I say, I think I would want to see us move more intentionally towards a very specific model that everybody understands clearly, and it reduces the number of exceptions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor McDonald, you wish to speak? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And that's an interesting point of view, and this was good to get information because I didn't realize that three of us had pretty much planners, Hilton, Carl, and ourselves with Joanne, and three of us kind of don't. So we are on that straddling thing, and I don't know how that benefits. So I'm interested to hear that side of the table's thoughts on this because I don't have heavily thoughts right now. Centralized senior planning kind of does have a nice ring to it. I think it works quite well. And then I'm probably of your mind too, is whenever I guess I requested some information. Thank you for everyone for accommodating that request. If looking at it properly, before we had 3 employees, that was before, in planning specifically, before the ask. Now we have 5, and that was up level of the previous council for our county planning. But I'm looking, so we added 2 employees, and there's only like half an employee billed to the lower municipality. So like I kind of feel like if there's 900 hours, and maybe there's not, probably not, that can go to South Dundas, because like I want you to have the support. I just don't know if I can support the additional employee as it's stated. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. Good conversation down the table so far. And the reason I asked that question in the previous part about, how you're billing, if you're billing for a full planner, or and I know it was in some of the notes before, but I just wanted to get us thinking about that. What's got me, I guess, and had me a little concerned at the beginning, is not so much the resolution, that we're creating an additional position to support, because we need more people, we need more boots on the ground to be able to do the extra work. It was in the background, and the background just said to be amended to have SDG provide administrative and technical support directly through the creation of a new position that would work in South Dundas office. And I don't know if that's exactly what you're doing or not, so I just want to get some clarification. Are we looking to hire a new position and that person goes to South Dundas and works there? Or are we looking to hire a new person to boost your planning department up so that you can provide the hours, depending on who it is? It could be different people on different days, to boost your department, have enough staff to be able to provide the services they need. I just want to get where I'm playing, because it makes a big difference to me.
Sure, I think regardless of the location, we do have staff that are in the office or they're doing township work but in the county office, or maybe they're working from home doing township work within that. So I think the location is part of that. I think what South Dundas is looking for is increased support, and I think in terms of whether it's the same person in the office every single day versus another person, I would say that might not matter if we can trade off different days and people can, let's say if it was, Stephanie for 2 days and then the new person for 3 days or something, I think we could work within that. But for the increased level of support, we couldn't do it with our existing resources. That's why we're going to council to say that to do this and enhance the level of service, it's mainly for South Dundas. I think to some of the other councillors' point, what we do with our other staff is we do assign based on need to one municipality or another, or to different files depending on what the municipality needs or even where the person lives. Because I do a lot in North Stormont because I live across the street from the township office. Stephanie does a lot of South Dundas because she lived closest to Morrisburg. So we do kind of rotate based on the person and their needs. So I'd have to defer to South Dundas to see if that would be also what they need, but that's definitely something we could do to rotate around the people and shift those resources so that I think the concern was bringing forward is that if a lot of resources are only being for South Dundas, maybe that shouldn't be paid for the county levy. But I think if there's flexibility within the, if it's 80% or 100%, I think we could definitely work with that depending on the need.
I just want to clarify that the motion is to hire a 40-hour-a-week junior planner that will be stationed in South Dundas. It says that in the background, and that's your question.
Yes, that's correct. To amend the agreement, so the agreement says that there has to be a township person in every office that would process the applications, circulate, and meet the person. What we're amending is saying that the county's already providing these services in between staffing, so that would be more of a service going forward. Again, right now, let's say for Stephanie, we already are meeting with people. We're already helping out them fill out their application forms, whether that position is vacant, and even if it's filled, we're working with that staff person as well. But if council is more comfortable with the a model that's more shifting around the hours and having them available for county work, I think depending on what South Dundas is looking for, that's also an option.
I appreciate that very much,
specifically
the clarification.
dedicated.
And I want to just say that I'm 100% in favor of supporting South Dundas in getting the planning that they need, 100%. I just am not sure about us hiring an employee and that employee goes to work for South Dundas. But if it's you that hires the employee and you as the head of the department decides, and maybe it'll be the same person every day, I don't know. It doesn't bother me. It would be, but it's you that's deciding, you know, if whatever help they need, they request the help and you provide it. And depending on who the person might be and this sort of thing, I'm perfectly fine with that. I just have a hard time with us hiring an employee and then that employee disappears and goes to work somewhere else. But it would still be administered, that employee would still be under you and administered by you, and you decide who is needed at what time.
Yes.
So and I'm 100% hoping that, so I'm going to be glad to hear from you guys next.
That is what we're proposing, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor? Yeah, oh, you want to, sure? Oh, you guys are the closers?
Mr. Warden,
yeah.
Well, it was our motion, so maybe we could just go last and then.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor McGillis.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Warden. I would have liked to hear from Councillor Broad. No, but that's okay. You know, having an opportunity to speak with Councillor Williams prior to this meeting about this, and you know, and I explained the same thing that you said earlier. What I said concerning about the risk. I don't really see a risk here at the county level in terms of helping out South Dundas. I think it's important that we all work together, as I said earlier, which we have been. I don't really see the change in the model here, what we've been doing in the past. Really, I don't. We've been working with shared services and shared resources for years, and what I am concerned about is the billing and what the cost is to each municipality with this. And I'm seeing that right now there's going to be a charge back to the counties, right? Sorry,
Correct.
Could I ask that question?
Correct.
Yes,
we would send an invoice to South Dundas for any work that's done specifically for South Dundas. And if it's a levy-supported service, then it's funded through levy. But the intention is that we're still charging South Dundas for services we're only providing to them.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. And that's a good thing. And I am glad that you mentioned it and you clarified it. And I asked the same question that Councillor Lang had in terms of clarifying this. And having a junior planner there with the municipality, you know, to help support what the senior planner is going to be doing is a great thing too as well. And I think that I will support South Dundas as well to ensure that their planning services continue and their efforts are 100% effective for years to come. But I just want to make sure, again, that we're all being fair here and we're not paying more than we should have to pay each municipality. And it's a good reason. There's a good reason for that because, you know, our ratepayers, if we're doing something to save money for our ratepayers, I think it's a great thing. And I think this will do that. I think I wish all the best. So
Okay, thank
I
you,
will
Councillor.
support it.
Councillor Gaydon.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. So one thing I heard a lot about is concern and risk, but I don't think anyone's articulated, at least in a way that I can understand, what those risks or concerns are. So I've kind of broken it down into three parts. So the first part comes with financial risk. It's fee for service. South Dundas is going to pay all of those costs. I'm sure whatever agreement that the county would enter in with South Dundas, if there was any sort of termination or it became surplus to our operations, those costs would be borne by South Dundas. So from our perspective at the county table, I don't see any financial risk. The other two things that were kind of mentioned were creep into local jurisdiction. But this is a request from South Dundas as to what they see is best for the municipality. And I know there's a question about, is this going to create a precedent and change an organizational model? I don't see it as that. I think this is a one-off request. Additionally, there actually seems to be an appetite to see whether changes to that model would or would not work. I see this almost as a pilot project. Let's see if this works. If South Dundas wants it, it's a request from them, and we want to have a conversation about what the model should look like. Let South Dundas try it. It's coming from them, and let's see if there's synergies that could be had. So I don't really see a risk. I don't see any sort of creep into local jurisdiction. What I do see a benefit is it's hard to get planners in small municipalities, especially in small municipalities where there's not an opportunity to growth. So if you can only afford a junior planner, someone's going to come into a stagnant position. Whereas if they are a county employee, yes, they might be doing work at South Dundas, but they know if they're doing good work, that potentially they could one day step into Peter's role, where if you're hiring at a local municipality and there is no planning department, but a planning department of one person, that's going to make it hard for recruitment. And let's be honest, some of us are, benefit from the fact that we have a fulsome complement in our planning department. But I see for the people that have a planning department as one, this might be a model that you have to go to whether you like it or not in the future. So if South Dundas wants this, let's try it out, especially if they're willing to absorb those costs. Then I see there's no financial risk. I don't see it as a situation where there's any sort of creep into, what we're calling the local sphere. I'll also note that some of these items, when it comes to planning, it's legislated who does what. So it's very clear that the county's going to be involved no matter what. So from my point of view, I don't know why we wouldn't support it. I don't understand what the risk really is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. We've all had the good opportunity to listen to the arguments and the reasons and the need for, and I hope to be corrected, is it a junior planner that's being suggested or a planner?
Junior planner or planning technician, depending on we haven't drafted the full job description, but that's what the proposal is, yes.
Thank you very much. So for the hiring of a junior planner, and I may not have expressed it in the past, but I've been a great advocate, or like to think I've been an advocate in supporting the collaboration, the partnership, the one-offs, the emergencies, the leave of absence, the illness, whatever the case is. We need that upper and lower support chain to be in place. But I think of something we've just put in place recently, and it's been touched on, the human resources, and how that human resource, there was a person hired to be in my mind, the head of human resources and support the junior HR people in our lower tier offices. And I see that as the model. We've hired the person that fits best in our office. We'd like to think that this person will fit best in our office with the support of HR at the county level, and I do believe with Madam CAO's support and probably Madam Clerk's support in going through that vetting process to get to the person that we think is the best person for us in North Dundas, knowing that it's going to be a junior HR person who will gain experience and mentoring from the county's HR person. I see that as the model of bringing that in locally, working closely with local, and in the suggestion that I'm getting, and it's not a part-time thing, it's a full-time thing. It's, as I read through the recommendation and what the what the resolution would be to hire a full-time to work in South Dundas. And I don't want to be argumentative at all, but it doesn't say anywhere that there will be give and take, come and go, this person or that person. It talks about hiring a person to sit in South Dundas. That's all I can rely on, is what's on print. I can't rely on, well, we may modify that as we go down the road. So to Councillor Dencham's comments and others' comments, there's still a lot of stuff to sort through to get to the right spot. One of the challenges, and it was a financial one that was just mentioned, he doesn't see a financial challenge. It might not be a financial challenge to the counties if the 40 hours or the full-time pay and all the other ancillary costs are absorbed by South Dundas. It may not affect the counties. But I do believe it will affect the lower tier, and Councillor Williams spoke about that. It skews lower tier grid, and I see some of us may be in competition with the upper tier to hire a junior planner in the future, because that will be the new bar, the junior planner at the upper tier rate of pay. That's something we're all going to suffer. So there is a financial implication to some of us. I don't know. I firmly, and we've undergone this process in North Dundas, where if we do need someone on a full-time permanent basis, we go out and we hire. We hire someone that fits our needs, our culture, our decisions, our hopes and dreams. And they respond to the direction of our CAO, our council, our local community. They're working for us. This package, to me, and I do understand the need of support for, and I do believe there would be support if there's a junior planner hired by South Dundas for South Dundas. The example's been set. There will be support from the upper tier whenever the support is needed. They're not going to push them aside and say, we're not going to help you out, you didn't go down this path. The idea that, and it's been mentioned, that now we're bringing in junior people that work for the county that will be not paid by the county, but employed by the county, and they're really not being paid by South Dundas. The money is going to the county, and the county is writing the paycheck. So the money circulates and gets to the employee. At the end of the day, the person signing the check is in charge, and they may have direction from South Dundas saying that we want to go this way. They confer with the upper tier, and the upper tier say, you know, that's not the way I want it. I envision this. Well, that's not planning for South Dundas. That's planning for SDG, and that's planning on SDG's desire, because it's an SDG employee saying, this is my view of how things should be. And the junior planner may say, my council, my community thinks this is what we want. And they both may fit, but I worry about that whenever we have SDG staff working full-time, reporting, in essence, to their county employees. They're reporting to the county. We've seen it, and we've done it. We've supported the idea of having more staff hired. We've done it with IT, and I think they're advocating for a GIS position to support what goes on throughout the lower tiers. I'm an advocate that if there's more support needed from the planning department, if someone was hired, and to support the one-offs, for sure, but this is a role for a South Dundas employee. We've gone through it, and my fear is that, and I brought this up with Mayor Broad, or Councillor Broad, and just to be honest with him and honest with all of you, the financial implication that we may suffer in North Dundas, having gone through the process of hiring a junior planner, we may lose a junior planner because the brass ring is a little bit shinier at the county level, and then if we want to hire someone, do I just lean here and say, go out there and do the legwork? We've spent the time, we spent the money, we spent the effort, training, and all of those costs. We may suffer that again because the brass ring is higher. It's a county job. I get people aspire to get to the counties, but we can't pay at the county rate if the grid is affected. Yeah, I really can't support the idea of the counties having a full-time employee sitting in the South Dundas office, no matter how the monies get shifted around. It just makes it challenging for, I believe, all of us, but it's challenging for North Dundas. Now we'll have competition at our north end with the City of Ottawa, and we'll have competition at our south end with South Dundas. And they both may end up paying more for the same position than what our tax base can afford. Yeah, that's my feeling on that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fraser. And we'll go to Councillor Bergeron.
For those who know me, I'm not very verbose. Secondly, I smell food. And so my comments are, since South Dundas require a full-time planner, they should hire their own full-time planner and have consulting with the county's senior planners when necessary. And so I do not support this motion because it does say additional position to support planning services in South Dundas.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll just make it known what my feelings are on the subject, and I've gone back and forth on it. I spoke to Councillor Gaydon last week, and I've spoken to some members on this side of the table as well. And I guess just listening to Peter a little bit, I worry that I guess I don't understand why we would hire an employee that would work 40 hours a week there. I agree we should be mentoring the counties can mentor that employee. We can train, collaborate, but that's what I see the counties doing for a position that is 40 hours a week in one municipality. I think we should help hire that person. I think that we should do everything we can to help facilitate this position in South Dundas. And I know you, Councillor Gaydon, said, there's really no risk. How do we know that? We don't know that South Dundas decide they don't like the employee. Peter thinks they're doing a great job. They want to fire her. And how do we fire when we think she's doing a good job? That's dismissal. Where who are they going to go after? They're going to go after the counties. They're not going after South Dundas. I look at also what if this employee gets hurt? Is that on us? And then we pay in the future because we are. That's not going on their insurance. It's going on our insurance. So I just to say that there's no risk. We don't know what the risks are at this point. And I guess, we'll see how I'm waiting to hear from the boys at the end and, to change my mind here. But at this point, that's my feeling on the subject. So, Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Warden. And I don't really think I want to change anybody's mind. That wasn't necessarily the intent. I think when we started down this path, when our junior technician left and our CAO and the planning department, through Peter and Stephanie, we started having conversations as like, how do we replace this person? How do we, train the person? Realizing that planning today in a lot of places, the expertise lies within the counties, at least for us it does. And Director McMillan talked about the expertise in roads lies with them, and they want to expand where they work in. So when we started the conversations, we were like, how could we work jointly together and collaborate? And you know how I like to refer to our strat plan meeting, and we had a lot of words on paper, and super happy today in the 2 points of collaboration with local municipalities. A lot more boxes are checked than I imagined, so I'm super glad with the presentation today. But one of the things in the strat plan talked about staffing and how we create a regional staff retention succession apparatus that includes equal parts training, succession planning, and well-being. So I thought that's where we were playing, and it was our idea, to Councillor Gaydon's point, as a pilot project. And the resolution, and maybe we could have done a better job on how we wrote about South Dundas is willing to pay the 40 hours. So not to say we only wanted 30 hours and then the counties be on the hook for 10. So our point would be we would pay for 40 hours. Counties would hire someone for 40 hours, cost neutral to the counties at the time. We also looked at, and we've been working, we've seen Director Oban's chart on IT and how it crosses over it, and we felt like, hey, planning, is that a place we could work on? But Councillor Williams and Councillor Dencham, an organizational model review could be the best way to take a look at how we want to do it. And maybe one resolution, one motion isn't the best way today. But certainly we were willing to do a pilot project, take this on. I think Ward McDonald highlighted the challenge that go along with that. We thought in our minds, and wasn't really articulated exactly, is that it didn't have to be one person in us for 40 hours a week. Peter would have the planning department, and we would pay for that service. So it wouldn't always be the same person. But there are challenges, obviously, if the counties take on another employee, and that doesn't work out well for us, for sure. I think one of the things we need to determine, though, is what is temporary and what is not. Because temporary right now for some municipalities is quite a long time, and some is very, very short time. One of the other things that we need to determine, and I think Deputy Mayor Councillor St. Pierre and I agree on, is what is uncommon and what is common. Obviously, for us, we have water and wastewater. At the county level, there is no water and wastewater, right? That's uncommon. So, like, we have a water and wastewater team, hired, that are paid through South Dundas. Other municipalities, outsource that to other groups. So that is uncommon. But the things that are common, such as planning and IT, is certainly in areas I think we should go down that path. Councillor Dencham, I think I'd really like to see an organizational model continue in that way. I think I appreciate everybody's time on this topic, and I appreciate referencing South Dundas, us bringing this forward, because I think we need to continue to work and collaborate. And I think times are challenging. Costs have gone up over time, and we're trying to have a good system in place for all of us today. But our initial request was working through with Peter, and I've taken all the great feedback, and I've certainly learned a lot during this process. And I don't disagree with one comment. Yeah, we could debate the comment, but I do not disagree with anybody at this table. Their comments were very thoughtful and informative, and I appreciate the information.
Thank you, Councillor Broad. Councillor St.
South Dundas Part 2. May not be as elegant as Mayor Broad or Councillor Broad, but I kind of looked at this as basically in a perspective of a training and mentoring process in which we could, and Mayor Broad's right, maybe we were being too narrow-minded and thinking this should just be a South Dundas initiative. I'm actually moving towards a centralized. I think planning, when you look at all the development that occurs in SDG, and D is for Dundas, I think, there's a lot of development that's happening, and I do believe planning, and I only say this because I have direct experience working with an engineering, planning, landscape architect firm for over 31 years. It is very, very difficult for a young planner, regardless if they're out of school, whether they've got 1 or 2 years of experience, to come into the workforce by themselves and to grow that experience that's required to handle development applications, to handle plan of subdivisions, to handle draft plans, to handle site plans. So my perspective, I really was thinking that it was really a good development tool. We are basically all facing the same type of developments. We're all facing the same OP. We're all kind of in that same window. So why not keep it within the county's box, I should say. So I was kind of coming in that perspective a little bit. I do agree. I do agree. I kind of disagree with Councillor Fraser on if there's a fear that the local municipalities are going to lose employees to the county. And the reason I say that is if we do not get, and I'm sure we're all going to get support one way or another from South Dundas, and if we're forced to then hire out an intermediate or a senior planner, I know for a fact how much the wages are for that. I know what's going to attract. And our local municipalities, lower tiers, are going to be in direct competition, regardless if it's a county or us. we're going to be in more of a competition to go from municipality to municipality. You know, having a junior planner, again, is just a way of mentoring. It's just a way of training. And I think if we can go to that central approach, I think it would be a benefit for everybody, because maybe your coordinator is going to leave at some point in time. Well, we already have the staff in place that can just continue helping or continue assisting, or you just guys hire them full-time on an hourly basis. So I think there is some gains to a central format. With saying this, though, and I do appreciate everybody's comments as well. I think good, bad, or ugly, there's always something that you can get out of it. I think, Councillor Broad, if I may, I think we should probably remove this motion at this time. I think we get the feel of what's happening and the comments received, and we're okay with that. But I would like to have another open discussion about potentially centralizing our planning department and increasing the level of service that will help all of us throughout, not just on an individual basis. So.
Thank you, Councillor St. Pierre, and I just want to thank everybody for their respectful comments today. I think this is what County Council is all about, and it doesn't help when people are upset or mad, and I think we had a really good conversation today. We have a request from South Dundas. How do I know we have to do something with the motion.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden, if the mover is okay with withdrawing the motion, he can state so.
Yes, we'd like to withdraw the motion with the intent of notice of motion of organization model review in planning.
I think everyone can agree on that. I think that's something that we want to see in the future. So, okay, thank you, guys. Nothing more to be done on that? Okay, anybody have go ahead, short comments?
Okay, yeah, I'll keep it short, but thank you, South Dundas. I think one way or the other, you're going to be able to get the help that you need, because I think we're all committed to that. I like Councillor Dencham's idea in theory. It may need some adjustments, but it's a starting point. Part of that model, I'd like us to look at considering, does it make sense to have the county's planning department do everything from senior planning down to small administrative tasks? I'm not so sure. I think we need to look at whether or not it's a good idea to continue to encourage lower tiers to maintain planning administrative tasks, because it keeps it closer to the people, and that's important. So I think if it's a good idea to look at that, and possibly look at that in terms of whatever model we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kano.
Just a follow-up comment. If we do decide to entertain something as suggested by South Dundas, the concerns about lawsuits and premiums can be addressed by an indemnification clause and an insurance clause in full. So I really do think we can make it financially little risk to no risk for the counties.
Big show-off lawyer has to show me up. Thank you, Councillor Gano. Okay, any further questions or comments on this? Again, thank you, everyone, and thank you to the CAOs for being here today. We've already done our closed session, so ratification bylaw.
It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor McGillis, that bylaw number 5459, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Adjournment.
It's moved by Councillor Bergeron, seconded by Councillor Densham, that council adjourn to the call of the chair.
All those in favor? Again, thank you, everyone.